We are live. I will post in Discord that we are live. And also, what the fuck is wrong with Discord? I haven't been able to announce an announcement in our announcement channel for like 6 months. There's a thing built into Discord where you can like, if you have an announcement channel, somebody else can follow that channel. So if we click publish on an announcement, it publishes into multiple Discords. That literally just does not work at all and has not worked at all. Every single announcement we've done for like 6 months. I don't know what the fuck's going on with that. Get your shit together, Discord. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be nice because we have other people following that channel, so it does inform people if we go live. But I don't know. Maybe we have to remake the channel if the channel's broken. Let's see. I'll post it to you too. All right. I'll be getting fucking rocked in Realm this season. Yeah, I'm about to get top 400, and I just can't push it. Last season I ended way higher too, so it's like people are sweatier than me this season. I also didn't pay to win as much this season though because I'm trying to like figure out how much realm I make by playing before I decide what I'm reinvesting in the game, because I was reinvesting based on what my leaders are printing passively, and that's no longer the case. So I'm like, I need to readjust how much I'm spending based on how much I'm earning, and that will be determined based on like the season's results. Yeah. $409. I wonder if Realmaholic's still playing. I feel like people are saying he was quitting, but probably fine pretty fast. Nope, no Realmaholic. He's pretty much always in the top 10, so if you don't see him there, he must have quit. It's also crazy how much, like, I think he might have been, like, the only person that really quit, but, like, it's crazy how much, like, one or two whales quitting can affect the entire price of, like, the economy.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty wild.
I think it's a bit of, like, it's also not just one person. It's, like, a bit of a snowball effect where one person will quit, and then that will, like, panic other people into quitting, and then it like snowballs. That definitely happened with like Van and stuff too. It's like Van was not single-handedly responsible for dumping the price of Aether, but he did dump the price of Aether to the point where like other people that were like considering not dumping Aether were like, now is the time to dump because it just keeps going down every day because of Van. So like,
yeah,
I do think like there can be ripple effects from this stuff. Like, I don't know. It's crazy how much like psychology can affect. Like, literally nothing can change in a project besides one person decides to sell, and that changes the psychology of other people buying it. It's like, well, you believed in the project yesterday when this guy didn't dump the price by like this amount. So what about the project change that makes you not believe it besides one person selling? And it's like nothing, but that's enough to like trigger the entire market.
Sup, Jeff. I almost forgot about that sup soundbite.
Video. We actually never watched the video, so I'll put the video up. I usually play this one behind the scenes, but
I saw you got some gamer sips in the mail the other day.
Oh, did we?
I think so. It was like a little envelope.
I think next time we do it, I was thinking it'd be fun. Next time Paul's on, if we split it into 3 and we all try it, we all get fucking supped. Sup up.
Sips. Yeah, get like on edge, just be like jittery all day.
I wonder if anything in the background changes. Like, let's see. Let's pause it here. He's got like the YouTube button, the globe, 3 things down here. He's got like looks like an Oscar. I'll like skip here. No, it's all the fucking. Wait, something changed.
Oh, it moved around a little.
This thing moves. I think. No, it didn't.
No, wow, damn, dude.
His set stays remarkably. Yeah, it moves right there.
Oh, there you go.
This
Yeah,
thing,
the globe.
this goes up here, and like this was here. That moved. Yeah, he just swapped these two things. Like, I wonder, like, what made him decide to do that.
The background's so like static. It's almost like it's just a green screen picture, but it definitely isn't. Like the pillows move a little bit. Yeah, the pillows
He
move
also
quite.
releases like, I don't know, what does he do? 5 videos a week, Philip DeFranco. I think he might be a daily guy. So like, we're talking like 300 videos a year he puts out with the same intro.
You got huge.
23, 1, 2, 4.
Flip, you beautiful bastards.
13, 11, 9, 8. Maybe not every day, but I'd say he probably puts out 4 videos a week. Yeah, exactly what it is. New episodes every Monday to Thursday, and sometimes Friday.
There you go.
Oh, what? My mission failed? Floods? My engineers didn't fix your floods? That's why engineers, I was talking to you about this yesterday, Max, are good because engineers have double for floods, but they also have double for earthquakes. So they're the only of these cards that have 2 double greens.
Oh, nice.
So when I'm not making soldiers, I'm
Because I don't have an
like,
engineer.
when I don't know what to make, I always make soldiers and engineers because they're the most applicable widely.
Yeah, I don't have the engineer, but I have the soldier, and I make him a lot.
What's going on, Eric?
Eric, just starting off.
Frederick
Take a
T.
little Cheech.
We're all projectile vomit, fun stuff.
Have you scooped up some new bud?
I have not. I still need to do that. I've been fucking lazy. I've been mostly like squeezing the last juice out of these vape pens that are in here.
This is worth a squeeze.
Let's see. I think I'm pretty much done with this for a while. What else are we doing today? We got donut tier list.
I went to a donut stop this morning, dude.
What?
I said I got myself a Boston cream donut at USA Donuts this morning.
I'm a little jealous, except that I don't think I could eat a donut right now. My stomach's too fucked up.
That's got.
I mean, just further fucked up my stomach. I also ate, like, I know why my stomach's fucked up right now. I ate cheesecake at like 3 in the morning. That was not a good idea. Pretty much anytime I eat anything after like 3 in the morning, it just wrecks my sleep. Just is completely fucked because I can't digest it while sleeping. Like, I need to stop eating so late, but I don't. I just I get the late night munchies if I can eat.
I also got myself a glass of fresh squeezed orange juice, and the one glass was like 7 fucking oranges. Like, I watched the guy like cut them in half and squeeze each one. I was like, damn, dude, that's an ass load of oranges. A whole bag of oranges.
This is our glossary of donuts. There's a few in here I will say I've never fucking had. Like, have you had an ube donut? Ube? Is that how you say it?
Which one?
Ube? UBE. It's like a purple donut. Is that how you pronounce it? I don't know. It's not an English word. How to pronounce... Jesus Christ, I can't spell. Ube.
Ube?
Uba.
Ube.
Ube. I was saying it right.
Ube.
It's a lot of sound for just those 3.
Have you had ube?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's a kind of bright purple yam used as flavoring and coloring in sweet dishes. So it's like a purple donut.
Okay, that sounds kind of like taro, maybe.
Yeah, it's in the same genre.
Yeah, taro, that's like a purple thing.
Wonut is another one. I don't even know what the hell this is. WONUNT. What is wonut? No, I do not want a wonut. Is a waffle donut. Okay, you just piqued my
Oh,
interest. I've
that's
never heard of
good.
wonut. Now I want a wonut.
Wonut. I've heard of cronut for like croissant donut.
Yeah, I've heard of a cronut too. But yeah, I have not had the wonut, and I haven't had the ube, but I've had all these other ones.
I can imagine the wonut. Maybe. I
Picture
don't
of
know.
it's weird though. Like that doesn't look like a waffle. The pictures of like a pink donut with like Oreos on top. But I don't know. Also, I don't know if I really know what a French cruller tastes like. This one. I think those are the little ones that have like lemon in them, though, right? Or am I wrong?
Sure. What do you think, Marcy?
It's that one on the left there under the ube, above the Boston cream, the French cruller. It's like twisted.
Boston cream's with that, dude.
I don't think. No, I'm thinking of a cookie. Like the things I'm thinking of that look like that with the lemon in them are cookies. They're not donuts. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Lemon filled. I don't know. Boston cream. If I'm going for filling, it's Boston cream or Berliner, which is like jelly or jam filled.
Say Berlina?
Berliner, like a Berliner. Berliner.
I've never heard that word before.
Yeah, is that not what it's like a donut that doesn't have the hole in the center. It's just like a pastry with like jam inside. Like a berry.
Donut like this one?
What's going on, Baggy?
Do you see my mouse? Like, are you just talking about a jelly donut? Like a donut without a hole in the middle? You're just talking about like the jelly donut, right? I can't hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I guess so. It's like the Berliner is like a jelly-filled donut, but it doesn't.
Are
have
you
the
saying the
hole.
word Berlin with an ER in the end? I don't even know what word you're saying.
Yeah,
Berliner?
like Berliner, like
I've never heard that.
like
That's a
if-
pastry.
Berliner.
It's a German jelly donut.
Yeah, with like powdered sugar on top.
Yeah, that's not a word I think we use in America very often.
It's
is it?
dude. It's like a famous in America. Like what's his face is famous for saying that in Germany when the Berlin Wall fell. He was like, "Today, like ich bin ein Berliner." So he basically said, "I'm a jelly donut."
Some guy saying some shit in German is well known in America.
Yeah,
Seems like
Kennedy.
something people German would
Bragging.
know.
Mona Suerte, back me up on this. Someone in the chat knows this, right? I mean,
Kennedy?
people
I don't
know
know.
about Kennedy.
I mean,
making
maybe
freedom.
I'm just ignorant, but like I've literally never heard. Like that's the first. I didn't even know what word you were saying. It took me
I
like
don't know.
3
I
times.
just-
to be
I'm-
like, what the fuck are you saying?
as a German American, I guess that I maybe am biased to knowing this fact.
I've just
more than-
exclusively heard those referred to as like jelly donuts. Like if you said
Oh,
jelly
really?
donut, I know you're talking about. If you say Berliner, I'm like, what?
they're Berliners. And that's why.
Sounds like the weird name of like when you name people that live in a city. I'm a Berliner. I live in Berlin.
Yeah, Mona Suerte knew. He chimed in with that it was Kennedy. Okay, I thought so. I just didn't want to say it because I didn't want to sound stupid. But let's just be real here. I feel like people know that, right? That's like a well-known thing. I don't know. Mark Wiki here.
Our chat isn't popping off enough to let us know who's stupid. It's either me or you.
I'll ask
It's
again.
probably
later.
me. I'm probably stupid. I'm the one that didn't know stuff, so of course
I
I'm
might.
stupid.
I might just be. It might be a niche thing though that I know because I'm German.
Yeah, that's
So-
my question is.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't know
Maybe-
everything.
And maybe it's just more infamous in Germany. Like in Germany, it's like a thing people know about. I feel like.
See if I can find Kennedy Berliner. Kennedy Berliner.
Yeah, it's the speech. That's the thing I'm thinking of, Mona Suerte, where he says "Ich bin ein Berliner." Yeah, there you go. I think we're thinking of the same thing, but it's just like the fallout
Can you
from that.
just
is
happen
just
after the
like-
wall went down?
Yeah, is after the Berlin Wall fell. He's trying to say like I'm a
Oh wait, that
Berlin-
lines up. John F. Kennedy died in 1964. The wall came down in the 80s, right?
1989, I think.
Yeah, John F. Kennedy was shot in a convertible in the 60s. If you don't remember that,
I do. I just don't remember the dates so well.
it was the 60s. Yeah, this speech is from 1963, so it's not because of the wall, but you do
Okay,
have
then
this-
it's about something. It's about
Also,
something. I'm trying to identify with the German citizens by saying he is one of them. but he actually says
Crazy
he
is this, though? Like, it looks like it was shot in black and white, and then they just like there's color versions. Like, did they just
There's like
the black
different
and white?
colors of those versions. It's like here it's red, and then there's a purple version.
Like, did they just guess what all these colors are? Like, there's no color in the original version. How is it so vibrant?
It's like a flag, right? It's got to be a color. I don't know.
I mean, they recolored. Remember those like they have like the World War One shit that's like all
Solidarity
black and white. They like recolored and HD'd it. It's probably just using that.
Yeah. It makes sense that it would be a solidarity speech, but now that I mean, I always associated it with the falling of the Berlin Wall, but obviously the timing. So I wonder why they were doing a solidarity thing.
This would be like, 10 years post World War II.
Okay, let's see what is there like an excerpt of him saying it? Let's see what
All
like.
free men, wherever they may live, are citizens of Berlin. And therefore, as a free man, I take pride in the words, Ich bin ein Berliner.
It does have the context here. It's the opposite. It says President Kennedy gave a speech in West Berlin confirming the support of the United States for West Germany after the Soviet-supported East Germany erected the wall. So this is after the wall went up.
Okay, so it had to do with the wall. So I'm still not like all the way out of left field there.
It's considered one of Kennedy's best speeches and notable moments of the Cold War. It became a great morale boost for West Berliners who feared. See, that's what I would assume West Berliners are, is fucking people, not donuts.
Yeah.
Who feared possible
Well,
East German occupation. I said that as a joke, and that's, I guess, literally what you call people that live in Berlin. Speaking to an audience of 450,000. What a fucking, that's a lot of people. It's a big concert, 450,000 people. That's like when Metallica played in Russia. Have you seen those fucking?
Oh yeah, where it's just like an endless amount of people. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
also
like,
anybody who lives in anywhere near that part of the world is gonna go see Metallica because that's your one chance to fucking see them.
Well, this is actually more relevant to what you were saying earlier. This is the first metal concert after the Berlin Wall went down. So like, this is like the first time music was allowed in Russia, basically. Well, not first time music, but like this music was allowed.
Like Western music.
This is more than just like band doesn't come to Russia very often. It's like they literally were not allowed to because of the Cold War until this. So like this is like the first time they're letting Western music into Russia after the Cold War. So
yeah,
I think like near 1 million people. We can't play the music, but I can show
a lot of Jelly Donuts.
Look at this sea of people. Let's see if I can find a shot. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah. Jesus.
I think this is also like right after the Black Album came out, which is like Metallica's biggest album. Like Enter Sandman was on this. There's like peak fucking Metallica. Yeah, this is like one of the most impressive concert videos of all time. It's just seas of people. Like imagine being in the back. There's no way you can even hear that shit well. Like you're like, I'm 1,050,000 people deep.
There's like speakers back there, and I feel like they're hearing everything like a half a second later. Like,
crazy shit.
That's crazy cool. I mean, I went to see who was it? Iron Maiden played in Berlin, and that show is fucking massive too. And Dragon Force opened for them, which, I mean, Dragon Force is a pretty silly band, but I really like that shit too. That was a crazy show. It was like Dragon Force opening for Iron Maiden. It was like, yep.
Oh, I went to it.
No, it was in Germany.
No, because we saw Iron Maiden.
I forgot who opened for Iron Maiden when we went to see them, but it wasn't like a metal band. It was like a weird band to open for them.
I thought it was Dream Theater.
Okay, yeah, that could be it. Maybe that. No, okay, it was actually pretty fucking metal then.
Dream Theater is like progressive metal.
Yeah.
When you think of donuts, you think of Homer Simpson. I believe Homer Simpson would be the strawberry frosted.
Yeah, that center one there, the pink one, that's totally the Homer Simpson donut.
That was a very iconic donut because of the Simpsons.
I went to what is it called? Universal Studios. There's like a Simpsons land there, and you can go to the Quickie Mart and get yourself one of those donuts. And they're like huge. They're like fucking this big, like oversized, but also delicious.
I wonder if I can find a YouTube do it.
Next time you're at Universal,
you can go to O's, right?
Oh yeah, Moe's. Yeah, there's a Moe's, like a bar, and then there's also a Krusty Burger. You can eat at Krusty Burger. They have like crazy massive.
Citypedia.
I'm trying to think.
Springfield.
Actually, Universal up here has quite a few different like attractions now. You got the Simpsons, you got the Harry Potter, and then I think, let's see, they got like Transformers, the Mummy. I don't know. I remember having a blast there.
I haven't been to the one in Orlando in a long time, but
No, I haven't been to the Orlando one.
you got the Deaf Brewery.
Okay.
It also just looks like the way the
The-
street is all fake and like I don't know. I love the way this stuff looks.
Yeah, this is cool. Oh, there's Moe's.
I wonder if he's gonna go into Moe's. I want to see the Duff Dudes. I was hoping he'd find the. I want to see like the giant donuts.
I think
Sure.
Isn't Nintendo World part of? Is that Universal or is that Disney? I think that's Universal too, right?
It's Universal.
So now, like, yeah, they have Nintendo, they have Simpsons, and they have Harry Potter all in one fucking park. Down in Orlando, the Universal is split into 2 parks.
Let's see. The Simpsons, donuts, and what is this, Universal? Somebody's got a video of them eating the donut.
Yeah, it's massive. It's also, oh yeah, there he is. He's like the size of his fucking head.
They're called Lad Lards. Or Lard Lad.
Lard Lad, yeah. I actually have a vinyl of the Lard Lad guy.
Here it is. Damn, that's huge.
It's huge. Hold on, I should show off my Lard Lad. Actually, this is too relevant right now. Hold on, I'm gonna go grab him. It's like a desk toy Lard Lad. You'll be impressed. It's pretty elaborate. I'll be right back.
That looks tasty. I'm interested. The Nintendo one looks cool, but also like it looks like it'd suck if there's too many kids and stuff there. As far as like, I don't know. Like in theory, Nintendo World looks cool, but like in practice, you have to go do a bunch of things where you're scanning your phone on stuff, and if there's just like a line that you have to wait in to get into all of those things to like participate, I feel like it's gonna be not as cool as it looks. Let's look at Nintendo World.
All right, check out this Lard Lad. Here, let me full screen myself here. Oh wait. Oh, wrong. There we go.
That is actually pretty sick. Oh, and it comes with a little Homer. Is that from the fucking episode where he's stealing the donut? It is, right?
Is
he
and
has-
check this out, dude. He's actively stealing the donut. Watch.
Oh, the arm moves. Hell yeah. Was that a Treehouse of Horror one, or was that a normal episode? Because he steals the donut and then they come alive and chase him, right? Isn't that how it goes?
Yes, it is a Treehouse of Horror one. He like steals a donut and then I think he gets killed by the guy later. And
I'm pretty sure remix that into one of my Simpson Weed songs.
it's a pretty elaborate one, dude. He's got the chain, the donut, like he's stealing the donut. And then there's also a second head. You can swap out Homer's head from like a more angry face. It's a pretty fun.
Let's look at this came out 3 hours ago. Inside look at Super Nintendo World. New Super Nintendo World.
Here, like there's a switch so I can make the hand move.
Super Mario, the video games beloved by millions over 4 decades, now brought to life in vivid reality.
When you guys came through the castle and you saw this, what'd you think?
Amazing. I think I'm really in the game.
Why is this video all like stuttery?
This is Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood. Opening to the general public on Friday, it immerses Super Mario fans in a real-life mushroom kingdom and sweeps them into a 360-degree world.
That Goomba looks pretty great.
A real life mushroom kingdom
That's a
sweeps
mushroom boat.
Like that. That looks great. I like the way that looks.
That looks fucking awesome, dude.
60-degree world with Mario, Luigi, and Princess Peach as they take on the evil Bowser, compete with fellow players for victory.
Who is this for?
Already open.
Really for everybody. I mean, it's been really rewarding. I've seen kids come out at 6 years old and they come out in the land and they scream. And I've seen
I don't care what this
It
guy
has never been seen before at a U.S. theme park until now.
Oh hell yeah! There's like
Oh
a
my
Mario
God.
Kart world.
If 10-year-old Gotti could see me right now inside of Bowser's castle, let's go!
We got an exclusive peek
Cool, like the
Augmented
like safety thing.
interactive characters from the game right into my
What?
All right, taking me underwater and through the clouds as I try to
See, this is how I want to view this. Like this guy who's getting a solo tour to do everything without any lines. Like this is the fucking dream. This guy just had the best fucking experience.
That's
ever, but
definitely the way to
I feel like
experience.
you're not gonna have this experience if you go.
beat Bowser and win the Golden Cup.
Look it up. There's nobody on the ride.
Let's
It's
go
him and
again.
his employees.
Universal Studios says the ride is designed for people of all sizes.
Like, let's go again.
Fit, you can sample a test scene or score like in the game.
Mamma mia!
And gives you elevated conversations with life-sized characters.
Luigi time!
Luigi time.
Luigi time!
You look
Oh, he speaks.
You look super cool, Luigi. I forgot my overalls.
At the Toadstool Cafe, these fan favorites are even molded into the food. And of course, the Mario
Okay,
Burger comes
I don't know.
complete with his
It
signature
has a mustache.
You want to know how
Is the hat edible? It can't be, right?
It
Also,
better
like-
be. I mean, I feel like if you're serving the hat on the burger, it should be edible, right?
I don't like the mustache printed on the button. I'm sorry. That looks not happened. Like if you just took the mustache and the helmet off, this would look like a decent meal to me. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess that makes it
It's the
Mario,
bacon-
but I'd rather just have like a
Bacon's
normal
the
burger
left
without
side.
bacon
Why
on
is the
it.
bacon sticking out the left side?
The hat is not edible, according to Eric.
complete with his signature stash.
You already know.
to know how to wear a burger mustache? Watch this.
Okay.
Oh, but I recognize so much things.
A world where players literally become part of the game.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Mario. Bye-bye, Luigi. Yeah! And Super Nintendo World opens up here tomorrow in Universal Studios Hollywood. Then we've got the Super Mario's Brother movie that's coming out in April.
Yeah, I kind of want to go check that out.
I'm
It's probably
excited.
makes it crazy when it opens.
I wonder. I feel like the food, the food is always like if I'm in Simpsons, I'm gonna get one of those donuts. If I'm at like the Harry Potter world, I'd probably go for like a what's that shit called?
Butterbeer?
Yeah, I gotta get a butterbeer. But like, I don't know if of a food that like I associate with Mario, where it's like, oh, if you're gonna go to Mario World, you got to get like a mushroom.
I think they have like ice cream shaped like Mario and stuff. I've seen other videos from Japan with the food. Mario World food.
Oh shit, Jeff is coming in July to check out the Mario. Dude, that's gonna be so fucking dope. I think I really want to check out it. Also, usually the way that like Universal Studios works, it's like I don't know, the day ticket that you can buy there, it's like $20 more for a season pass. So last time I went, passes. And then Paul and I would go to like, have a burger at Krusty Burger just to go, because it's like a 20-minute drive from the house.
This is the food at Mario World.
Dude, you're gonna have a blast if you don't care how expensive stuff is. Like when you're not looking at the prices of stuff,
Oh,
you just
what? Did you see that?
you-
They used to have a rice patty shaped like a star. That's dope. Superstar rice.
that's pretty great. Yeah.
And they got a chef special omelet with shrimp and mushroom cream stew. That's an interesting meal.
You're gonna eat that and it'll be like broom, broom, broom. And you grow 3 sizes.
Okay, here the desserts are sick. They have the block tiramisu. It's like the power up tiramisu. They have a gold pole cake, so like the ending of the level, a Princess Peach cake, and then a double cherry chocolate cupcake, which weirdly looks like it should fit in the Mario world, even though it's like not as Mario as the other ones. That looks like something that would exist.
Hey Jeff, it's expensive when it's just Paul and I going, and we're not buying toys or stuff. We're just we're just going to have a burger. So YOLO, indeed. It'll be fun though.
Look at
It's
this
a
weird super mushroom
Yeah,
pizza
mushroom
bowl.
looks
That's very
awesome.
strange. You know, I've never heard of a pizza bowl before.
No, I don't think so. I have either.
Is there pizza baked inside of that? Like, it just looks like bread, but if you dig into that, is it like pizza baked? Like, is it the opposite of a pizza where it's like, I guess that'd be like a calzone.
I
That's
don't know how I
interesting.
feel about that. I like calzones, but
It does look cool. It looks like Toad.
it's a confusing one. The food looks really cool. Oh, and it's like a chef Toad.
Yeah, you get to watch Toad make everything, but let's see if we get to. Okay, you got a soft drink. I don't care about that. Fire flour spaghetti. How much
It
food
is
did this
kind
guy
of
get? He got
good.
Mario's bacon cheeseburger. He got the caprese. He got the mush. This guy's ordering everything on the menu. What a fucking savage.
Yeah, dude.
Did you do this all in one day? It's
Just
impressive.
one sitting, dude. He's just downing it all.
He's wearing different clothes, if you look like. Oh, wait, no, he's not. Yeah, these are different shirts. He's doing different days.
Yeah, this guy spends his life savings to have a meal here.
This is also in Japan. I mean, maybe this guy's Japanese, but I assume he traveled there.
Oh, you don't
Donkey
pick up the
Kong
bowl?
question mark?
Wait, you pick up a calzone, Random King? Is that what you're saying? Like you pick it up and eat it like
Oh
a
my
burrito?
gosh, it is a calzone. This thing is terrifying looking.
Oh, I don't know how I feel about the green on it. Green is definitely like not like a.
Here we have the Yoshi's drinks and the calzone. Filled
I think that's spaghetti inside of there.
Was there like lettuce in his drink?
with delicious yakisoba noodles and cheese.
That's the weirdest calzone I've ever seen. It's like it's like spaghetti jammed into a calzone. This is also the Japanese menu, though. It's probably gonna be a little different in America.
Oh,
Just
okay.
look at that. I just love the shape of it. It's so fun. And the packaging too. And also the mango.
And cheddar bread bowl. Wait, go back. Is that like there's some green fucking lettuce in that guy's drink, right? Oh no, it's just green stuff. Okay.
I don't know what that is. It does kind of look like lettuce, though. Like that.
Right?
This part right here looks like lettuce. This looks like a
This
gel.
is, I don't know. Like I might eat at Simpsons World and then venture into the Mushroom Kingdom. Like, I don't know about this food.
$41 Mario popcorn bucket.
So that's where the popcorn goes. And that is not all. It actually lights up. So you hit the little switch on the bottom and the wheels light up. A little hard to see, but you can see
That's
the
actually
little lights
pretty
there. That is really cute.
I don't think I'd functionally eat popcorn out of that. But
Popcorn bucket, huh? I feel like it would get filthy if you were eating out of it.
popcorn buckets are a strange concept to me. I've never eaten out of anything but like a
Ooh,
paper.
the light up star is pretty cool.
That's also a popcorn bucket.
Damn. I remember when I used to work at Disney World in Florida, and they had like this souvenir popcorn.
That's my favorite popcorn bucket now.
These are way cooler than that. I say when I used to work at Disney in Florida, we used to sell like souvenir popcorn buckets at the Magic Kingdom, but they were just buckets with like Disney shit printed on them. So these are way cooler than that. But they were also like I think like $16 or something. And by bucket, I mean like I don't know, extra large drink cup. It wasn't like a huge bucket of popcorn. You definitely didn't get very much. But yeah, you know, that's the Disney deal.
Unlimited refills on the popcorn, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you're gonna be fucking back and forth to the fucking popcorn counter all day with the size of that popcorn thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem is like you could get a refill, but you still got to wait in line to go get it. Yeah. Yeah, they also have
let's start your list.
They have these like drinks that have refills, and the way they do the refills is like the drink itself has like a scannable thing underneath it, and when you go get your refill, it like scans it, and then the next time you go get one, it'll be like, sorry, you already had one, like you're not getting another refill. So you can't like buy one drink and share it with your whole family. Is like the.
I'm not signing into YouTube on our. You guys are gonna have to watch me do some, or how are we gonna do this? This is not ideal. I usually have two computers, and I'm trying to figure out how I can make the polls on Twitch without like I'm logged into Twitch on the window we're looking at.
A different web browser, maybe.
I know, but I'm not logged in on the other web browser. Whatever, I'll just log in. It'll take a second for us to start. Let's do some holding music.
I think no, Nintendo World is in Universal, and then Disney isn't. I think Disney has Avatar Land or whatever now. Like at least in Florida, they do. That would be like my like. I feel like Nintendo World is like Universal's answer to Disney's adding a Avatar Land or whatever they call it, Avatar something. I forget the name of that. Oh, Pandora. Pandora is the name of the like world.
Care less about like going to Avatar World.
Yeah, I'm way more interested in going to Mario like Land or Mushroom Kingdom than Avatar Land. Although I think the Avatar World is like in Florida, at least, it's built by or maybe as part of the Animal Kingdom Park, and that park is actually pretty fun. I don't know, like in Florida, there's like 4 Disney parks in the like Disney World bubble, which is like the Magic Kingdom, the Animal Kingdom, the Epcot Center, which is like the one with the big ball and all the countries around it.
Epcot's pretty fucking sick, dude. Like Epcot was always one of my favorite ones when I was younger, even though like it didn't have the cool rides. It had like food from everywhere, and they had also like they had like a soda tasting one, whereas like you could taste sodas like from all around the world, and I was like, this shit rocks.
Yeah. Oh, Random King, the drink thing I was talking about is for the soda machine. So you can fill it with water, but it won't let you get your soda after you've gotten a refill. So it's like a little scan, like a single like refill kind of like per drink. It's pretty clever because I know for sure. Like, I mean, I used to back in the day when like you'd go with a big family, and you get one soda, and everyone keep getting refills.
It's such like not a lot of money they're losing when you do that.
No, it's not. But the margin that they make per soda, oh man, it's fucking huge. It costs them like 10 cents, and they sell it for like $5. So if you can sell 3 instead of 1, oof. I think Disney also made $2.1 billion in profit in the first quarter of the year. If you read that from their parks in their quarterly report. So those parks make an absurd amount of money. I think the profit margins are like close to 30%, which for a business is really high. Like a successful restaurant, you'd expect maybe like 10 or 11% as a margin. So it's like ridiculously high margins. Those are like Lego.
Working, Max, if you can do the
banner. I can. Is this the bear claw that we're starting on?
This is an apple fritter.
Apple fritter.
So we're starting our donut tier list. Let's throw 2 minutes on the clock. Our first donut is an apple fritter.
I had donuts this morning, so I'm hot on the back of this. Let me join the voting.
Apple Fracken? What are you? Apple crap? This is a German. Apple Fracken? What are you? Apple?
Oh, let me try and read this.
This is a German. Oh, am I?
Apfelkrapfen, S tier. Okay, I usually if I'm gonna go for like an apple pastry, it'll be like a strudel. Okay, or like if I'm gonna go for like something that has actual like slices of apple, and I feel like the apple fritter is missing that. It's just kind of like kind of dry, like it's missing the pieces of apple or fruit in it. Kind of dry. I'm gonna go B tier.
Your screen that's doubling. Do you have Twitch open somewhere?
Oh yes, I do.
Doubling. Do you have Twitch open?
There we go.
Why do I? Okay, now we're good. Sorry, I was not paying attention to anything you're saying. The audio glitch was breaking my brain. I like apple fritters though.
I don't know. For me, it's a B. I'm going B. Like,
put an A tier.
I feel like they're kind of like in a box of donuts. Like, let's say I'm going into like the break room at work, and there's a bunch of like 2 boxes of donuts, all these different varieties. I'm definitely not grabbing the apple fritter over like multiple other of these. So that's a B for me.
Oh, are you voting on our account too?
Am I? Oh shit, yeah, that is me. Hold on. Let me switch over to my own account. It's weird.
It looks like A and B are tied though. A is now
S.
Like
Apple fritters are
I would choose
good.
apple fritter over a lot of these. If like all of these were in a box, like apple fritter is definitely in like the top 50% for me as far as like.
They don't have chunks of apple though, do they? Or am I going nuts?
I don't know if they have chunks of apple, nor do I know if I want them to have chunks of apple.
I want them to have chunks of apple, like an apple pie or an apple strudel. The side of ice cream. Although those are like cakes. I'm not being fair to donuts.
Do you feel like something that did make it here that could have is like cinnamon rolls kind of in the same vicinity? So this one's baked.
Okay. I'll have to go back to, I know I go to like across the street, there's a donut bakery. Maybe I have to try an apple fritter. Maybe I've just been like jaded by shitty ones in the past.
I feel like this one is pretty mid as far as like baked donuts. Like, I don't know.
What's this one called?
Baked.
Baked?
Yes. Baked donut. And it's like it's a chocolate donut with sprinkles on it, but it's baked instead of like, I think donuts are normally fried, right?
Yeah.
So it's a baked donut instead of a fried donut, which I feel like is like just taking away all the greatness that is a fried donut. I feel like baked donuts are a little more cakey. They're almost more like an old-fashioned donut than they are.
Like a little more flaky. I don't know. Personally, I like the fried, you know? This is like, I'm going to leave that at the bottom.
This is the one that is the last one in the box that it's like, this one's left over and I'll eat it if there's not enough left. But
it's the one that you ordered because you have like that coworker who's like, I can't do fried. You know, it's like, okay, get a baked one for that fucking plebe. Like, it's not, I don't know. It's not a good donut. I feel like that's it's like a cake masquerading as a donut, but not
shit.
Is a huge stretch.
Rabbit coming in. I was saying I don't know what the fucking French crullers are, but he's coming in saying French crullers are good. So we got fans of the French crullers in the house.
What are French crullers? You got to give us a little insight here. This rabbit.
Also, let me Google
French crullers. I like there's a song called
these are like the super cakey donuts.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, with like a bunch of like the frosting on top, like the Homer Simpson.
Anything on it. This is the preparation of like the topping is whatever it is. Baking is just different than frying. Yeah, these are just not as good. I'm sorry, these are not as good as fried donuts.
Yeah, that just goes for baking is not as good as frying. Full stop for any food. So
I feel like a more fun conversation is frying versus air frying. That's a fun one.
No, air frying is just baking, dude. I'd be like, nah, dude, frying still kicks the shit out of air frying. They just like relabeled baking to air frying and made like a toaster oven, and they're like, everyone went nuts for it.
All right, we secured D tier, which I think is fine for baked donuts. Let's move on to what tier is a bear claw. I honestly feel like bear claws are kind of in the same like realm as an apple fritter as far as like they're kind of like the bigger, chunkier donuts you can get.
They're too big.
Like apple fritter better than a bear claw though, if I'm gonna be honest.
I also feel like bear claws, like, I don't know, they're like they're kind of like too bulky and it's like too big. Like, I'm not trying to have that much pastry.
It's not bear claw is a sweet yeast raised pastry, a type of Danish originating in the United States during the mid 1910s, and Denmark, a bear claw is referred to as a kame. France also have an alternative version of the pastry called pâté d'ours, meaning bear claw. But you can have different toppings on them too. It doesn't have to be just like straight donuts.
Yeah, I remember there's a song I like about donuts, and one of the verses is like, give me cronuts and vanities, ho-hos and fritters and long johns, please. Don't hold back on the bear claws now.
See how this is called a bear claw? That's why like bear claws remind me of fritters, because like when they're made like lazily, they basically are just fritters without the apple in them. But like, yeah, bear claw could be a couple different things.
I have those like stubby little fingers though. I don't know. They don't look appetizing to me.
It's just like a shitty made donut. It's like, you know, the perfect circle and like the cool part of it with the hole in it, like which is make this weird lumpy fucking like hand version of a donut. But otherwise, it's pretty much just like a normal donut.
Don't hold back on the bear claws now. I need me some yum yums and some cream filled rounds.
So people are saying C. I feel like I'll put C. C seems fair.
C or D, but I feel like D is like
you
the
still voting on your
donut thing in D. Say again?
Are you still voting on our account? I said something went wrong when I tried to vote.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me.
Oh, C is pulling away though.
I feel like C is fair just because like D is baked donuts and they're kind of setting a high bar for D tier. Like baked donuts is a
Beer claws aren't bad, they're just not as good as like in relation to other donuts. It's sort of like pizza. Like pizza is never really bad. It's just like there's better versions of pizza. Like the worst version of pizza I'm still gonna eat because pizza's good, but
yeah.
Let's see. C1, I think that's fair. Blueberry cake is the next one. Which I think this might be a baked donut, right? It's like a cake donut.
Huh. Hold on, let me update. Blueberry cake? That's like, I don't know. That feels like it's treading on muffin territory, you know? Blueberry muffin.
I am a big fan of blueberries, though, so I feel like I like these donuts.
Like blueberry.
No, this is fried. Okay, Monosword says it's fried.
If it's fried, then I'm kind of back on board here. Oh, I'm trying to fucking sign out. Where's the log out? Oh, there it is. Okay, let me get.
I feel like
I can be Carlos.
I feel like I don't like this as much as an apple fritter. I'll put it in B tier, or should I put it in A tier? I don't know. They're pretty good. Oh, 2 people put it in S tier. I'll put it in A tier. I feel like this is up there with an apple fritter for like nice flavored donuts.
Blueberries do kind of like take the donut like into next level. Like that's what I was missing in like the apple fritters, like the chunks of apple, which apparently the bakery ones have those. So I'm gonna like try another apple fritter, but since blueberry ones definitely have blueberry chunks, I have to vote S tier on this one. I really
These look pretty fucking bomb.
I eat a lot of blueberries
with the blueberry frosting too. Let's go with the purple frosting.
Yeah, that looks fucking fire, dude. I would be grabbing for that one as like one of my first one. Like if there was multiple ones that I was like, I guess the Boston cream is like the ultimate S tier, but if they were out of Boston cream, I feel like blueberry cake is gonna get a close second for me now.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of blueberries, like blueberry muffin, also blueberry pancakes, like any sort of cakey blueberry thing. I also put blueberries in my oatmeal. Blueberries are they're magical fruit.
I eat blueberries just by the fucking handful. Like I go to Costco and I buy a tub of blueberries and I eat that in like 2 or 3 days by myself. Paul doesn't eat berries. He's I don't know. He doesn't like fresh fruit. He's just weird.
I don't really like berries either, but blueberries are like the one berry I like because I don't really like raspberries or blackberries or strawberries. Like blueberries have always been the one berry that I fuck with. Oh my gosh, this is what Eric got from Dunkin' Donuts. This looks horrible. This is like a war crime. Let me show it.
Cronut, yeah, Buzz King. Cronuts are bomb, dude. Cronuts are like croissant, like those flaky, like layered dough donuts. Oh, what the fuck is that?
Eric, you asked for a variety of donuts, and this is what he got.
A variety, damn, dude. That's a.
They gave you all of the donuts that just were not selling. They're like, these have been sitting on the fucking rack for 3 days and won't sell. So like, let's give it to this fucking sucker. It's like,
where was this? Dunkin' Donuts?
Yeah, he asked for a variety and he got plain unglazed donuts that are like look like shit and have been sitting there for like a week and a half. Yeah, that's fucking.
Did you take them back, or what did you do?
Also, this tweet is from 2017. Eric just has this fucking ready to go. He's like, anytime anybody brings up fucking donuts, this is 5 years ago. I'm fucking
5 years later, you're still like those motherfuckers, dude.
I mean, I would be too. This is like that's a fucking
that is a travesty.
Yeah, that's aggressively wrong.
Oh man, that's definitely it's like an assortment of like yesterday's donuts. The variety is how old they are. Like this one's 3 days, this one's 2 days old.
A cronut is not on the list. I do think a cronut is actually like I would replace the wonut or the ube with it, but I actually didn't make this list. Like this donut glossary already existed, and then this is just somebody else made this tier list cut out of the donut glossary, so I'm using a pre-made thing here. But I would probably add cronut if I were making this personally.
Yeah, I'd go for cronut over ube. I don't even know what ube is. I mean, I know we looked it
I'm
up.
guessing ube is like some sort of like more popular in Asia than it is in America. That's why it's like in the like taro root family of flavors. And same with the walnut. Like I've literally never. I guess it's a waffle donut. I've never even heard of that until today. I also think like the maple bacon bar. It's just like it's the same thing as a maple bar. It's just bacon.
Did you see that the tweet got Dunkin' Donuts to reach out to Eric and give him a gift card as a way of apology for considering
more
that.
That gift card though, like
yeah. How was the next round of donuts?
All right, what's our next one?
He's also got one in the chamber for cinnamon rolls. He says,
"Ooh, this is Max's Boston cream.
This is S tier, dude." So
I have a hard time against Max too. Like,
oh, go on.
I would say I'm not really a fan of chocolate donuts, but Boston cream is still like one of the best fucking donuts.
Yeah. So the chocolate isn't even the star; it's like the custard. So if you're unfamiliar, a Boston cream donut is like
like CREME, or is it like cream? Like, I'll spell this one second. It's Boston cream, not creme. I can spell. Yeah, like
chocolate without a
like
full.
That shit's magical.
What do you say?
The custard they put in there, like when it squirts when you bite into it, like is definitely like. I also think like if you're gonna get a squirty donut, like the lemon filled ones are kind of whack, and even the jelly ones are like, yeah, like this. If you're gonna go with a filled donut, it's Boston cream. Like takes the cake every time for me as far as like
it's
best filled donut.
It's like a sad day when they don't have Boston cream at your donut spot. It's like,
damn,
okay,
100% voting S tier. This is unanimous so far.
I mean, if I'm going to a place, I'm like, oh, we don't have like basically the whole point of all the other donuts at the window is like, oh, we don't have Boston cream. Okay, now let me see what do I actually want. Because like when you roll up to
only thing I would say bad about Boston cream is like it's I mean, all donuts are super heavy, but it's like even heavier than other donuts. Like sometimes like if I'm going for a second donut, it's probably not going to be the Boston cream. Like I can't eat 2 Boston creams in a row. Like that's just too much. Whereas like I feel like I can pop down like a glazed or an old fashioned donut after eating a Boston cream because it doesn't feel quite as heavy. But that's like the only thing I can really say is it's just so rich that like I don't think I could eat 2 of them. But also I don't think I can eat any donuts at this point. Like in my 30s, that would just kill. Like it would wreck my entire day if I ate 2 donuts in a row.
Who the hell put it beef tier for Boston cream? What do you don't like about Boston cream donuts? I mean, B tier, that's like a slap in the face.
You order Boston cream and they give you whipped instead of pudding filling. Yeah, there is also like sometimes they do cream, but they don't put the custard in there. They put like other shit. Like
yeah, that's whack. That's fuck, dude. If they did that, that's like I don't know. I like if I bit into that, I'd be like, what the fuck is this, man? Like I almost ate that shit. Like
damn, somebody voted D tier. That's aggressive.
Solid B, Buzz King. What the fuck? So what's where's the shortcoming? I don't understand. I mean, we're talking about a proper Boston cream too, not like a fucking like whipped cream filled one or like some whack ass.
I mean, I'm not judging it based on people making these wrong. Like
yeah,
not
like some
worst
version of it. Like a proper Boston cream with like a rich like what is that called? Custard. So yeah,
I think it's kind of S tier though.
Must have got like the like gun that you used to like fill it if you're getting them made fresh. The guy's like, I don't know. I've straight up been at a place like ask for Boston cream. We're like, oh, we're like they're not like done yet. We're making more. I'm like, okay, I'll just wait. It's like because not only will I get the best of the donuts, it'll be like super fresh. And it was always
this one's called buttermilk donuts, and it kind of just looks like an old fashioned donut. I don't know if all
like a
pancake donuts are buttermilk, but like just based on the picture, this looks like buttermilk. What tier is buttermilk?
I think buttermilk makes for good pancake mix or pancake batter.
Let me see if there's also old fashioned on this list.
Or is this an
Old fashioned is also on this list, so this is separate.
Oh, okay. I don't know. So this is one that I probably not going to reach for, honestly. Like,
Yeah, honestly, these pictures too. A lot of these are not glazed. It's just like
kind of like
this is a donut I don't touch when I'm fucking eating it.
this looks kind of like what like a grandpa would eat, like with a side of just black coffee, and maybe they're like dunking it into the black coffee, but it's like this lack of it, like just looks like a lack of flavor. It's kind of like a fuel more than it is a treat.
I feel like one of the only versions of this would be like when they do these ones. I like the cinnamon sugar coated ones, or like the apple. If you've ever had like there's like apple flavored like dusted ones, but yeah, I don't know. These are also buttermilk donuts, I guess. I guess they rise differently. Like they're more like that's a different consistency than a normal donut. Because that's like a maple bar. It looks like a fucking. That looks like somebody just took a shit. Like the one on the right here. This looks like straight up fucking poo poo.
I do
but
like.
I don't know. I don't really have strong opinions on this because I don't know if I like know what this tastes like.
I don't know. This one looks like ultimately what it looks like to me is you took pancake batter and you made a donut out of it instead of a pancake, which is like
that sounds like a pretty accurate assessment. It's
not terrible, but I don't know. Like if we're making donuts, like keep the pancake batter out of the mix here. Like for me, I voted C tier. I thought this was kind of like a.
I think
I was gonna vote B tier because I saw a lot of people were going for B, but then I remembered Random King voted B for Boston Cream, and I was like, no, fuck you, C then.
I think that
going lower.
I think like depending on how you prepare these, they can be better or worse. But like if we're just talking about like a plain donut, like a plain fried versus a plain baked versus a plain buttermilk, it's like this is not going to be the better of those. And yeah, like any donut, if you put like maple and like good shit on it, you can make it better. But like if we're just starting at like the base of do you want to start with your donut like this? Probably not. Like
Sorry,
probably not the money for me.
Buzz King was voting B, and he made me vote C tier for this.
It
was one.
It
was one of you kings.
we got Buzz Kings, we got Random Kings, and we have Marcon, we have Short Kings. Got him.
B tier, okay. I can live with B tier, but I did spite vote C tier on this one. So,
all right, B tier. I think B tier is fair. Also, like donuts are just good. I will say I don't think a bear claw is worse than a buttermilk donut, though. I'll throw that out there. Like I'd rather have a bear claw than a buttermilk.
I feel like a buttermilk is just it's too plain. Like I want a donut to be a little decadent,
All right, what tier is a chocolate, just plain chocolate frosted donut? See, I know I'm not in the fucking popular opinion, but I don't really like chocolate stuff. So to me, this is just like I would rather have a plain glazed donut than a chocolate donut personally. Like chocolate donut is just not my donut.
The chocolate glazing that they use for donuts like this isn't really it doesn't really have a good chocolate taste. It tastes kind of like just sugary sugar. At which point I'd rather have just the like regular like white glaze,
That's where I'm at. And also if I'm gonna do the chocolate glaze, get some fucking cream in there. I want a Boston cream. Like I don't want like
exactly. Yeah, it just feels like
or I'll just do something else, but I don't want like the halfway version to a Boston cream.
I'm voting B tier for this one. I don't think, I kind of agree with that. I'm like, I feel like the chocolate isn't enough to carry it because the chocolate glazing on those donuts isn't like, I don't know, that good. It's not like a good chocolate. It's like it's the same issue I have with like fucking the chocolate candy bars. It's why Almond Joys are so much better, is because the chocolate quality is so much higher. I feel like the chocolate quality and chocolate glazing on a donut is just not very worth your while. Personally, I'm not reaching for the chocolate glazed donut, but over like, let's see, definitely not the Boston cream donut. Maybe even a cronut. I don't know, something that's like jelly filled or has some type of fruit.
Chocolate one if everything else is like taken in the fucking box.
Yeah, chocolate's, I don't know. B tier is being generous still, I feel like. I don't know. I would never order that one, Like you said, it's like halfway to a Boston cream, but missing the better half, which is the cream.
I can't remember. Oh no, I voted C tier.
I'm just saying it's relevant. The Almond Joy chocolate quality that was relevant to the chocolate quality of the shut up. It's good.
Max gonna be ranting about Almond Joy like 5 years from now. He's like, "Fuck Reese's Almond Joy."
I got myself a sleeve of Almond Joy and I was gonna eat one, but then I ate them all before we got on stream because they're that good.
That is true. I did see Almond Joy in our cupboard.
Yeah, and they were amazing. So deal with it.
We didn't do the, or actually, we do have like the coconut donuts coming up.
Oh yeah, that coconut. I don't know. I love coconut, but actually, I would go for a coconut donut over one of those fucking chocolate ones.
So this is a cinnamon twist. It's our next one. I've never really been into these like. For me, it's like these are all just kind of like worse versions of a fritter. Like that's how I view them because they're all like they're in a different pricing category. Like when you go to a donut shop, the fritters, like the cinnamon rolls, the bear claws, they're all a little more expensive. They're all in the like premium donut category. Yeah, I feel like cinnamon twist just isn't that good. I don't know. It's okay though. Just something I like never order when I go to a donut place. Somebody said S tier though. Somebody likes it. So Pizza Hut sells cinnamon rolls, and these were Try's fucking had 0 frosting. Oh, you sent me it. Good, we have more food nightmares from Eric. But you, Max, are you ever ordering the cinnamon twist when you like?
At like Pizza Hut, I don't know. Like if it's part of like a deal
donut place.
Oh, at a donut place? No.
It's this. See these twists?
Oh, yeah, no, not really. Those like little Brady things. No, I don't know. Those are Paul likes the maple log, but I don't know. It's just
I like maple bar too, but that's like a different category.
Yeah.
Maple bars are the same price as the round donuts. These ones cost a little more generally at the donut shops. It's generally bear claw, fritter, cinnamon twist. Those are like in their own category on the menu.
Yeah. I don't usually go for this one. And if it was in a box, I probably would leave it for somebody else.
I will say there's a glazed twist. The cinnamon twist is better than the glazed twist. Like, if we're gonna say like one of these is D tier, it's gonna be the one without cinnamon because I guess like cinnamon and glaze is a little better than just plain.
I'm voting, yeah. I was gonna say C, but C has no votes yet, so I'm gonna go for D tier because I feel like there's no way this should get an A tier voting. Why are people going so hard on this one?
I did C tier.
This one's pretty weak.
Ooh, how we're gonna judge this? It's so split. I guess A and C, A, C, and D tied. So we'll put it at C because it's in between A and D. Is that fine? You cool with that?
It's okay.
I think that's fair.
Days that you'll go and get the cinnamon twist over anything else, huh? Okay, so I don't know. I guess I just don't have those days. For me, that was
Everybody's got preferences. Like the reason these donuts exist is because people buy them. If nobody liked the cinnamon twist, they wouldn't make them. So you never have to feel bad for liking one of these. Like the shit is on the menu because people like it.
It's a coconut.
So coconut donut, which is just like, I guess it just looks like a glazed donut with coconut on it.
Yeah, it's like it's like a plain glazed donut with like coconut flakes. Which I kind of like the consistency of. I feel like they don't really have a coconut taste to them, those like flakes, but they do add like that like crunchiness to them.
This is probably one that I'm not touching. If this is in the box, like I'm reaching around this donut. This is not
one of the like top 5 or so in the box that I'm gonna pick up. I would say this is like
top 5 for you.
Yeah, I like that consistency. That like
very different taste. This is one like,
and then regular plain glazed are pretty good. I don't know. I want to say
I love regular plain. I don't know why adding the coconut makes it worse for me, but yeah, I don't touch these in the box.
I'd probably reach for these as like one of my top 3 or 4, so I might have to say S tier. Like this is a good donut.
I put C tier. Nah.
Damn, this one's kind of polarizing. There's quite a few people on D tier now. I feel like kind of the coconut I've learned from our almond joy discussions. Some people just hate coconut. Some people just don't know how to taste.
You even said yourself this doesn't even really taste like coconut. Like,
Yeah, it doesn't really taste like it. But some people hate the consistency, I guess. I mean, I like
yeah.
it. I like it.
I mean, I'm fine with the texture, but not in this context. Like, I don't think the texture of those coconut shavings add to the donut eating experience for me. Like, I'd rather have like little chunks of nuts. You know, when they put like little ground up nuts, like that adds a nicer texture to me than like a weird chewy thing. Or even sprinkles. Like sprinkles are a nice texture on a donut, but like coconut shavings are just not the texture I'm looking for in the context of donuts, personally.
Oh, Lewis, do you have? Eric said he got cinnamon rolls at Pizza Hut. It had no fucking frosting on it, and he sent
I
you a link.
don't see the message if you messaged me. Did you put it in regular Discord or did you DM me?
I'm curious to see this abomination.
The last message I have from Eric is the Dunkin' Donuts.
He says they ended up giving him a gift card as well.
You said you sent me a link? I don't see the link you sent me. Unless you sent it to me. Wait, there it is. All right, let's check out Eric's link.
But yeah, let's see. Eric just gets shitty like luck when it comes to dessert pastries, dude.
This one's from 2020, so this is more recently. Holy shit, that looks bad.
Oh no, the tapping now is. Oh god. Oh, it sounds like it's dry as a bone.
Is there supposed to be frosting on that too? Like, it's just like, what a sad cinnamon roll. Those are so small too. Like 4 or 5 of those is the size of a Cinnabon. Those are tiny.
Yeah, the icing is
just
clearly
depressing.
missing. And then the way that the like clicking clacking of it sounds is just terrible.
And here
How
they
much
are.
is
Sending
it for? What did it cost them to buy back your good graces?
If they have butter or no butter, but no frosting, which is the best part. That's what I was thinking. It was like, you can't have a cinnamon roll without frosting. That's just fucked up.
Yeah, right. That's like, I don't know. If you're gonna be like, I got cinnamon rolls but no frosting on them, I'd be like, I'm good.
Where did this thing end up? I didn't see the end of this.
Oh shit, I missed that one too.
Vote or manage poll, maybe.
I voted
Okay, I can see.
yeah.
It ended. It tied with S and D tier, so we'll put it into. A has more than C, so we'll put it in B, I guess. They tied.
Okay,
Yeah,
$50 for those miserable cinnamon buns. That would buy back some good faith for me as well, actually.
All right, we're putting it in B. You know, we do have the cronut. It's called the croissant donut instead of the cronut.
Oh, okay, hell yeah. Okay, I'm putting the banner as cronut though.
Yeah, me too. Never. I actually did not know cronut stood for croissant donut until somebody said it. Like,
Donut.
What?
These are fucking bombs. So these are like, they look a little like janky, like little plain donuts, but then they have like the layering, like the dough, like layers that croissants have, like the little like leafy dough. That's pretty bomb. They're also very rich. I would say a cronut that's like A or S tier. It's a really good one.
I'm honestly not sure if I've ever had a cronut.
I think I'm gonna go S tier.
I think
Cronuts are fucking.
they're newer, right? Like these aren't something that we were getting as kids in like variety packs.
No, yeah, not really as kids, but definitely for the last like 10 years or so, I've been seeing them.
I'm trying to think.
So
Like I
they've
have
been
had people cater donuts and film sets, so that's like my I don't really ever go buy donuts, so my lens is through what I've tried on sets, but I don't think I've tried the cronut.
Yeah, I feel like cronuts aren't necessarily something you're gonna get at like most donut places. Like I've seen cronuts will be like at the bakery, like at the grocery store bakery and stuff, but like I don't know if like US Donuts or like I don't know Yum Yum or something would have just cronuts on hand all the time.
Yeah, these look way different than what I've had. These look good though. They look like very fluffy and light.
Oh,
Kind of look like a churro even like.
Yeah, they're really good. Buzz King's with me here in S tier. I voted S tier. So far, it is 100% S tier. Actually.
All of that. Ooh, yeah, like the space.
Yeah, see, it's got like that leafy, like it's pretty bomb. There's also like donut holes that people will do, or donut holes, where it's just like tiny little balls of those instead of like little rings. But you know,
It does have
Good.
100% S tier. That's what
It's a
BuzzKing
really-
says. 100% S tier. Something's wrong. I almost want to vote something else just to make you angry, but I won't. I'm abstaining for this vote because I don't think I've ever tried this.
Good, 'cause I think wasn't it Buzz King who voted B tier on Boston Cream? I'm getting Buzz King and Random King confused, but I think it was- yeah,
Ugh.
he's fucking, can't be getting his way on the donut that he voted S tier. No, actually, he can. He just got 100%.
All right.
Son of a
Fine.
bitch.
Crumb
I mean,
cake is the next one.
This is a good one. What's crumb cake? I don't know. That already doesn't sound as appealing as like most donuts. I don't like super crumbly. Just means it's very dry, right? So this just makes me think of a dry donut. Crumb cake. I'm not sure. Is anyone else familiar with this one? Is this like the donut of your fucking choice when you go to a donut place? You're like, I'll have a dozen assorted, but like a few extra crumb cake ones. I don't know what this.
Looks like a. It looks like a coffee cake. These crumb cake donuts, like they're crumbly on top, which is like the consistency of like a coffee.
Oh,
cake.
that's what's crumb because it's got like the little crumbles. Okay.
These actually look fucking bomb. I don't think I've ever had one of these, but I love coffee cake. Coffee cake's one of my favorite like
I don't know.
styles of cake.
I don't know if I'm reaching for this one, dude. Like this might end up staying in the box.
I would eat this. I just don't think this normally comes with like when they cater shit on set. This is not in the box. Otherwise, I would try this.
Yeah, this is like an artisan donut, but it's one that you don't really need to add to your dozen.
I would. I'm gonna put B just even though I haven't tried it. Like it's based on one of my favorite fucking like coffee cake things. So I love coffee cake. Coffee cake's bomb with like the cream cheese frosting and the brown sugar cinnamon crumble things. That shit rocks.
It's not bad, but if it's as part of a donut box, I feel like I don't know. I'm going for a Corona over that, or like a Boston Cream for sure. I don't know. I
I'd put it at a crazy tier. I definitely eat this. I eat it over a fucking chocolate donut. I eat it over a bear claw. I'd eat it over the weird twisty thing. I'd eat it over like all the shit that's lower than it.
I eat it over a chocolate donut too.
I'd
Chocolate
eat it over
donuts
a buttermilk donut too, to be honest. Like crumb cake looks so much better than a fucking buttermilk donut or a coconut donut.
The buttermilk just sounds too plain to me. The chocolate donut I think is like a deceptively like not good. I feel like that's the one that's like it should be good. It's just not.
Chocolate donut is just real basic.
Oh, it made it to B. Okay, B. I'm happy with that. Was my. Oh, it made it
What
to C.
tier is Devil's Food Donuts?
Devil's Food. Why do I? That sounds familiar. What is
Devil's
that?
Food cake? These are just different types of cake, basically. Like the different types of breading you can make on the donut. Like this one's chocolate, but I'm sure you can have a not chocolate Devil's Food cake as well, right? But let's
Devil's
Google it
Food.
and see more picture.
I don't know if I'm familiar with this one either. Devil's Food.
Images. So these are chocolate donuts, but these are the ones that are like.
Oh, it's like chocolate dough and chocolate frosting.
Yeah, it's not chocolate frosting; it's chocolate baked. I actually like these better than chocolate frosting donuts.
I do too. Sometimes they'll also have like little chocolate chips in them.
Also, this looks pretty fucking
Like,
bomb.
This is like a solid B tier for me.
That's a
not like-
crumb. This is a crumb mixed with the devil's food crumb. That's a mashup.
It does look kind of like a little like curd though.
I'll put this in B tier as well. Like this is not my favorite, but
D tier feels great for this. It's like I would not be disappointed that it was still in the box, but I'd also not be like, oh fuck yeah, this is in here, you know. It's kind of a B.
I'm also probably weird in this, but I actually like old fashioned donuts. And I feel like this is just like a chocolate old fashioned donut.
Is that just the plain glazed ones?
Old fashioned is like not. It's like a different breading style. It's like I don't know. We can see it on the thing. It's it's this one. It's old fashioned. I don't know if you can see that.
Old fashioned is like my drink order at the bar.
It's not that, but it does have the same name.
Basically, bourbon.
Right, I think B won this one. And then donut holes. I feel like donut holes are pretty good.
I actually like donut holes because they're like a manageable like size, whereas like most donuts, like one donut is a fucking lot of food.
That is true. That's what I was saying earlier. Like I can't really eat 2 donuts. I can eat like a couple donut holes for food, which is nice.
Yeah, like a donut hole, it gives me the option to get some variety out of my, I could easily eat like 3 or 4 different ones. And I feel like they're also a little bit newer. I don't remember donut holes when I was a kid, but I feel like those became a bigger like thing later. It's like an innovation in donut making.
It is cool as far as like it's finding a way to make a product out of waste. It's the center of the donut they punch out, so it's like.
Do they actually punch it out, or do they just roll the dough around it? Like I don't think they actually like would have the waste. Either way,
holes were literally punched out of the center of donuts.
I don't know.
I don't know how they make donut holes. I don't know if I'm not a baker.
Yeah, I guess I don't know why they're around like that. I thought they were around like that because they're like you like stack them on like a stick. But then I guess that might be bagels.
We can do this. I'm sure the internet will tell us how to make donut holes.
Yeah. It's like, why do donuts have holes?
They make donut holes. Who is they, and how do they make donut holes?
Yeah. Ask Chat GPT. Like, hey, do donuts need a... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I guess I'm not...
What is he cutting it out of, though?
Well, there's a bunch of things. So maybe he's just making them... I don't know that he has to punch them out. Fried ring. Yeah. I mean, donuts. I don't think you have to punch the center of the donut, though. I feel like...
I think that's what he's doing here, though. Because, like, do you see that? He has a massive sheet of thing.
Oh, yeah. He does
And
have
then
a massive dough.
I think it cuts out the donut, and then the center gets cut out separately, right? Wouldn't that be what that does?
Okay.
'Cause he's not rolling them in circles. He's cutting them out of a big thing. So the hole's coming out of the center. So that is what's happening here. Right?
Oh, it fries more evenly. That's why they're rings. Okay, that makes sense.
But he is cutting it out of the center of the donut. Like he's
Like,
not rolling each donut
he has-
separately and making separate holes. They're all coming out of the same
No,
piece.
you're right. It looks like he's like stamping out donut and hole out of a giant sheet of dough.
Which I mean, maybe let's see if we can find a different how to make donut holes.
Yeah, interesting. That does add up to me though, Monasuerte. I do. I feel like that's the right answer. It fries evenly if it's a ring. But yeah, I guess the donut holes. Huh. For some reason, I thought that the holes didn't need to be stamped out, but I guess they do.
I mean, they don't have to. Like these people who are not making normal donuts, it's probably just donut holes. Like they're probably just doing balls, not making.
Oh yeah, let's see.
But I mean, for like commercial operations, it makes way more sense to do it the other way because you need the other thing. But yeah, this person's just making balls, so like, you can do it that way if you want. Probably depends on if it's a full commercial operation or whatnot. But
yeah,
you've seen it done both ways, so both are possible.
Either way, those are S tier.
I didn't see the vote.
Those are S tier, no question. There was no contest on that one.
I forgot to vote. I would have voted it lower than S tier. Like donut holes are not the first thing I reach for or order at a donut place.
Yeah, but I would say like no matter what I did reach for, donut holes are going to be part of it. Like I might have like a Boston cream and then like 1 or 2 donut holes.
Yeah, but S tier is like to me the first option. I never am going for donut holes first. Like
True,
maybe
I
they're
don't
A
know.
or B tier because I always eat them, but they're not like. I also never order them. Like they're not what I go for when I go to a donut place.
Yeah, I guess.
Anyway,
Maybe
I'm not the one who decides the tiers. It's democracy. So people like donut holes. Donut holes go to S tier. I just disagree. All right, so this is the French one, the French crawler, which I don't know what that is. I'm gonna have to look it up. But we did hear in the chat that people like this. French crawler. It's an interesting name.
The crawler.
French crawler. Let's see. A French crawler is a fluted ring-shaped donut made from choux pastry. I don't know if I've ever had one of these.
Choux pastry? What is it? What?
They do look good though. Look at this.
All right, I'm just gonna spell crawler wrong. Fuck it.
It looks kind of like a cronut, to be honest.
Oh, it's got like that swirly like look up.
But also look at the texture; it's super airy, and like there's a lot of air in between. Like if you bite into this, it probably has like the gaps that the cronut has. Yeah, there you go. You can see them.
All right,
I know
Mahala says-
airy fucking bread when I see it. These look fucking good. I've never had one, but I would absolutely eat
I
one.
like the little spiral like look of it.
Kind of looks like a churro, like a circular churro.
Yeah, exactly, like a churro donut. Huh. I would definitely try this, but I don't know if I'm reaching for it first thing after you've kind of defined that that's what S tier is. I'm gonna have to go A tier.
That's how I do it. Is like, if you have to differentiate the things you like, you can only choose one. That's the one that goes in S tier.
Yeah, if they're all available, I definitely wouldn't reach for this over a Boston cream.
I wouldn't, but that's also because I haven't tried it. Like, I would be if I put this in S tier, it'd be just based on guessing.
Yeah, that's true. I'm
not
just guessing.
I don't have an opinion.
I would definitely try this.
I'd like to though.
What we call, hold on, let me try and read this word from a little closer.
Spritzkuchen.
Spritzkuchen. Okay. That I guess that's true. It's like the little like spiral like look of it does have that. Spritzkuchen is translates to like squirt cake.
All right, now we have just glazed. This is the OG donut.
What is this one?
You know it? Glazed.
Oh, like
I'm gonna be bold and I'm gonna put this one in S tier. I think a glazed donut is like one of the most perfect. Like all of the other shit they've added to donuts don't really make them that much better. Like just the base donut when made properly is like fantastic personally. But I also don't think that's gonna be a super popular opinion.
I don't know. I feel like a glazed donut, like especially if you go to like get fresh made donuts, that is pretty much the height of donuts. Like a well made glazed. I think this is S tier for sure.
Yeah.
But I could not really get tired of these. Like I could eat multiple glazed.
Like when you go into Krispy Kreme and they're fresh off the fucking line, it's just like, yeah, there's not much better. Not much better in life.
Yeah, that's definitely. I would say S tier. I'm putting S tier on that one over. What was the last? That's cool. Oh yeah, glazed are fucking. That's a classic. I feel like that is like the default donut. If you're like, oh, can you get me a donut? I would. If you didn't specify further, I would probably get you a glazed donut.
Also, people aren't really going to complain if you come with a dozen of glazed donuts too. Like,
exactly.
I feel like if you get a dozen of any other type of donut, people might complain, regardless of like even the ones we put in S tier. Everyone has a preference between all the other shit, but like I feel like pretty unanimously everybody's cool with the glazed donut.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like the donut. It's the baseline. And then I feel like you're kind of right that like you can't really improve that much on a glazed donut. You know, I guess the most you could do is make a Boston cream, and then you've reached the pinnacle of donut.
Maybe add some blueberry. I also like that.
Yeah, even that. It's like I don't know. Yeah, glazed. That's an S tier donut, no question. Let's see, what's this? Oh, is this another one of those like cinnamon twists or whatever?
This is glazed twist.
Glazed.
I think is that what it's called?
That's what I'm calling
Yeah,
it.
glazed twist is what it's called.
Glazed twist.
I think it's pretty nice,
I'd rather have a fucking just regular donut. I don't know why you got to twist it. Don't get it twisted.
I do feel like the ratios get wrong. Like when you it becomes like too much bread when you do it this way, and it's like the ratio is kind of perfect on a circular donut. I don't know why they needed to like.
Yeah, I feel like you fucked it up a little bit. Like I would go maybe B tier on this. Like yeah, D tier. Damn.
We put the cinnamon twist in C tier, and I would eat a cinnamon twist 100% of the time over just normal glazed twist because it's the same thing just with extra flavor.
That's actually true.
I also don't think a glazed twist hits that like perfect ratio like a glazed donut. Like something about the twist. Like,
D tier. I feel like if you've made a glazed twist, you fucked up. Like you should just make glazed donuts. Like it's kind of a waste of the like dough.
The funny thing though is I actually like I do prefer the bars for some things. Like a maple bar, I prefer over a circular maple donut because I want more of the maple shit. It's like if it's just glazed, it's like I don't need the extra space on top for the glaze. Like I don't know, it's not bringing anything. It's not bringing much to the table.
I don't know. I feel like the twist for glaze is like I don't know, like the whole when you have like a long donut like the bar or the twist, I feel like it should have some type of like filling or something extra. It's just a lot of dough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like when you make a bar, you're making like it's a vessel for a topping. So like when your topping is just like no topping, then it's like okay, then
if the topping's just the glaze, then I feel like the proportions are way better on just the regular donut.
Agreed. We're in agreement there.
Yeah.
We do have an A tier vote though. We have 2 D tier votes and 1 A tier vote. So
I don't know. I joined D tier. I feel like D tier is kind of like between these two. Like there's a clear cut winner. So this is I'm giving it a clear cut loser vote.
It is funny though that like we say a glazed donut is S tier, then just twisting it makes it go all the way to D tier. It's like
yeah, it's like you done fucked up.
It matters to us, which is funny.
Yeah, no, it's definitely. Like, I don't know. I would never order that. I would never order a glazed twist.
That's why I put it down
there.
there. Not even because like I think it's gross. It's just like I literally would never choose this over the other ones. All right, let's do a jelly donut. I think jelly donuts are like.
This is the Berliner.
I like jelly donuts. Like they're fun. Like I don't know. There's nothing quite like them as far as like it's got a different feeling when you bite into one of those than a Boston cream. Like it's more like there's more like citrus. There's more like I don't know. It's a more of like a refreshing bite than like a heavy bite.
Yeah.
I guess.
The ultimate one of these is definitely like the raspberry jam filled ones, like raspberry.
Yeah, that's a different discussion. But does anybody like the lemon filled ones? I feel like the lemon filled ones are fucking trash. Personally, like I won't eat a lemon filled one, but I will eat like the raspberry filled one.
Let's see. Eric says he has an unpopular opinion. I hate donuts with all the toppings on it, like the ones that have the bacon, cotton candy, bacon. Cereal.
Yeah, I don't eat those either.
Yeah, I don't know. That sounds like someone's just like trying to do some gimmicky shit to their donut, dude. Fucking putting
do you
cereal.
Have an opinion on lemon though? Like, do you like the lemon jelly?
I don't. Paul likes that, but I think it's kind of whack, dude. Like it tastes a little like. It's not terrible, but it's like
I would put jelly in A, and I'd put lemon jelly in like C or D. Like if we had to separate them, like that's how much of an opinion I have versus like the raspberry jelly versus the lemon one.
I'm voting S tier for the Berliner. This is a fucking. This I will get like this. The fucking Boston cream and probably like the regular glazed are like my top 3. I would say if I had to go break it down. Like
I know what Eric's talking about. He's talking about voodoo donuts, like this shit, where there's like Captain Crunch and fucking like M&Ms. Like that's a new trend for like.
Ooh, the M&M one looks pretty good. I'd do that.
You can't even see the donut; it's covered in fucking cocoa pebbles.
Wait,
See if I can
so you're
find,
saying
like,
all of these are just bad because they're too covered, Eric? Like that's the unpopular opinion? Because I feel like I would fight you on that. I'd be like, nah, I would eat that. I would eat that like M&M one. This is like, it makes me think of like a, oh, look at that Oreo one. I'd go for
dirt is what it's called.
that. It's not the most flattering name.
One
Okay,
with the fucking
Crunch.
piece
Yeah,
of-
get the fuck out of here with that. That's absurd. Like,
This
nah,
would be okay
dude.
if they didn't have a wrapper on it. Like, why don't they take the bubble gum out of the wrapper? That's kind of crazy.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah. Ugh. Although I don't know, bubblegum you can't like swallow, so that's just a weird thing to put on a pastry that's meant to be swallowed.
I mean, they do the same thing for like those like blow pops and stuff.
Eric's just
This
old.
one
He
looks
says
weird as shit. There's
it's
like
the
what are
children who are wrong.
peanuts and caramel with chocolate drizzle. It's like
I don't know. A lot of these look. Oh, what the fuck? There's the bacon he was talking about. You see that maple log with bacon on it? I don't know.
that's
what
on our
that
list. We'll vote on that coming up here. Look at this, the maple blazer blunt. That's funny, kind of funny.
is. That's great. Blaze it, baby. Oh,
Yeah, this place sucks though. Every time I've been to Portland, there's like a 45-minute line to get donuts from this place, and there's no way it's that good. Like
Voodoo Donuts. Yeah, there is one of these over at. Speaking of Universal, so when Jeff's at Universal, there's Universal City Walk. There's a Voodoo Donuts there, and I'll go there sometimes after like going if like I'll go see a movie at like the AMC in Universal City Walk, and then go get a Voodoo Donut, bring the donut in to see the movie. Then you really appreciate all the little candies on there. But
it's called a Long John, but it's like a chocolate bar.
oh yeah, Long John's. I like the name Long John, but that's about where it ends for me. I feel
I'm
like
a huge fan of maple bars. Maple bar is my S tier donut. Maple bar is my donut of choice when I'm ordering my own donut, but I never order the chocolate version because I like the maple version.
yeah, Long John just makes me think of fish, like Long John Silver's. Or,
Honestly, I don't know. Like this is exactly the same to me as the chocolate donut. It's like the same thing. It's just
yeah,
more of
but I
a
feel like you fucked
item
it
we
up
don't
and
really like the chocolate sauce.
it's just too much. The Long John is just like too big and just not enough. Like I don't know. Like there's no reason for it to not be a donut. For me, this is not a this is like a C tier donut for me.
I put it in C tier.
We have 2 S tier votes on Long Johns, really.
Yeah,
People love
like,
Long.
it's like the Long John.
I don't know. Long Johns is also the name of I think like thermal underwear. Right?
It's also
like,
Long John Silver's is like a diner, isn't it?
the fish diner.
No, that's Lil John's.
Lil John.
I was 100% thinking of Lil John's.
Is it
Long
Lil
John
John's?
Silver's is something else though.
It's like a fast food fish restaurant chain, isn't it? Which I also feel like fish is just not the right food for fast food. Yeah, there you go. Long John.
Is a KFC.
Oh, it's a
I want to say
subsidiary.
like I want to say fucking Wayne Coyne from Flaming Lips worked here, and he got robbed at gunpoint. It's like the only reason I know Long John Silver's.
You got robbed at gunpoint at Long John Silver's.
Let's see, Wayne Coyne.
I wonder if Little John ever goes to Long John Silver's.
Yeah, here it is. Taken from an interview with Jennifer Van Irvin in 2002, Coyne opens up about being robbed at gunpoint while working at Long John Silver's in his hometown of Oklahoma City. We all laid on the ground and thought, fuck, this is it. Here I am, I'm 17, this is how it ends. You're just working 1 second, the next you're laying on the ground, and some guy puts a bullet in your head. Obviously, they robbed us and didn't kill me. We all cried. We couldn't stop crying and laughing and jumping up and down. But yeah, that's the only reason I know Long John Silver's is because
Oh, I bet.
singer of a band I listened to worked there in high school and got robbed at gunpoint.
Yeah,
Lil John's.
Long John's went for C tier. I'm actually okay with that one. C tier feels right.
Lil
Long
John's,
John,
Bellevue.
Lil
You remember
John's Long John. Wait,
you remember
did he
this
have,
restaurant? Lil John restaurant?
yeah, Lil John, that's in like Factoria in
It's in
In,
Eastgate. It's
Seattle.
Bellevue College, where we went to community college.
Oh yeah, like on the border of Victoria. You're right, Eastgate.
You would see a much, much, much better teriyaki place if you pan this camera left. There's teriyaki and more, and then there's also Subway. But teriyaki and more is much better than Little John Restaurant if you're in Eastgate, Washington. Sorry, what did that end up in? Sorry, I was not paying attention.
Buzz King's trying to have a lemongrass donut instead of a lemon jelly. Ooh.
What tier did that
He
end up
says
in?
he read lemongrass instead of lemon jelly.
That was in C tier.
Yeah, that was C tier. Lemongrass is
Now we have the
like,
maple bacon bar.
amazing.
And the funny thing is, I'm an advocate of the maple bar. I would rate the maple bacon bar lower than the maple bar. Like,
Wait,
it's
it
just
has
too,
specifically
donuts
with
are already super rich and super like as I said, I can't eat more than one in a sitting or I feel sick. And it's like I don't need to add bacon to my maple bar. It's too much, personally.
I think bacon on a pastry is just a strange move. Bacon's like a breakfast food or like
I feel like it's
like
just
a
tainting
savory
my
thing.
fucking.
Bacon is like it's like a savory thing, while a donut is not a savory thing. Me. Anyway.
Lemon Jelly is also the name of a DJ group Mark and myself liked in college. Lemon Jelly is they sample like old ass music. They have songs like "All the ducks are swimming in the water, out yonder," and then they turn that into like EDM. But they have a super sweet they released an album where every song was a year, and they sampled only music that was released in that year to make the song, and then each one had like a video that went with it. They have a really they have a DVD where their entire album is just like a visualizer. Let's see if I can find some of it. But if you're into that sort of thing, we were
That's
into
weird psychedelic music.
watching the video. To be honest, we took a lot.
That band is pretty out there.
We got into it, but allegedly,
and that band is pretty fucking psychedelic.
if you can find that DVD though, like front to stop, it's like an amazing visual experience. Lemon Jelly. Let's see if I can find some of the music videos. Oh, they got new stuff coming out. See, like there it is, 88 AK Come Down on Me. That's like 75 Stay With You. That's all from their. How does Lemon Jelly not have music videos up anymore? Oh, they went on hiatus in 2008. They haven't even been around for like 13 years. Lemon Jelly. Like, how is there not a single music video? I mean, these are all like not music videos. I'm confused.
Oh.
Yeah, like this is what their music videos look like. But every song has its own visualizer. And they're all like, I don't know, they're just fucking, it's cool artwork to look at.
It is cool, damn. What the fuck?
They do this for every single song on this album. Let's see if I can find. They're also different art styles, so like you go to like a different world depending on the song, and it's like pretty cool. Just weird to me that like the YouTube algorithm doesn't actually show their music videos. It shows like the audio only versions of songs that have really cool music videos. Here's another one, the shouty track. This one's like drawn on paper, and the paper like gets crumped up and like I don't know. This one's really aggressive too. It's like hard rock and like people yelling and shouting. Yeah, cool shit. Speaking of Lemon Jelly, this is my version of Lemon Jelly, like not donuts.
Yeah, I made a cool music video back in the day for.
All tied, so we'll go to B.
I made a cool music video for Paul McCartney like a few years ago for a song. It was also like all with paper and stuff. It was really fun. What was the song called? Hold on, I'll think about it.
All right, this is the one I have to campaign for. We're doing the regular maple bar. I think a maple bar is better without the bacon on it, personally. S tier for me. This is my from childhood. If I'm going to a donut shop, this is what I order every single time. And I might order other stuff. Like, I'll switch my second one. I feel like most people have that. You have like your go-to, and then you'll try something else for variety. But my go-to is always the maple bar. Too bad Paul's not here. Paul would back me on the maple bar.
I'm fucking like, what is that song I did this music video for back in the day? It wasn't even that long ago.
On your IMDb, you just look up your IMDb.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
I can look it up actually. Let's just flex Max's IMDb while we're talking about it. Max found IMDb.
God, I feel like an idiot for forgetting the song name. It's like
It wasn't a
I
great
listened
song.
to it so many times while I was working on that song.
It was "Who Cares" by Paul McCartney.
Who Cares? Yes, that's it. It was him, and Emma Stone was also in the music video. It turned out pretty cool.
They changed IMDb, like their UI changed.
Damn, look at all those movies I worked on. There's a lot of stuff that just I didn't bother like adding to it. Like a lot of TV shows I worked on and VR projects and stuff.
I don't really add anything. It's usually other people that are adding to mine.
It's pretty much if the production I'm working with doesn't add it for me, I don't bother adding it myself. I used to, but I don't know. After I got my first screen credit on a major blockbuster movie, I was like, cool, that's like bucket list goal achieved. I don't need to keep like sweating this. And that movie was Star Trek Into Darkness. Which I thought was really fun, but I found out later most people actually hated it. So sorry guys.
Maple dip donuts. Well, I agree with you. You Canadian folks, maple bars are my favorite donuts. So I've never heard them called a maple dip, but that makes sense.
I don't know. Maple bars. Those are like S tier. Oh, I should have voted lower.
You couldn't have anything you voted for would have.
I couldn't have swayed it. Paul also loves his maple bars. He'll be happy to know.
Bars are fantastic.
They're pretty good.
So here's the old fashioned. This is the one you're like, what is an old fashioned donut? Old fashioned.
Okay, yeah.
It's a real specific, like, these are the ones that you can buy in like boxes, like that aren't made fresh. Like they have like just those boxes of like who knows how long ago they were made. But I actually don't mind these.
Oh, so they're kind of like denser, right? Or is that just like the?
Yeah, they're like a heavier cake.
Yeah.
Almost.
Okay. I'm familiar with this.
But I like these. Like, I go for these over like chocolate frosted, and like when these are in the box, a lot of people don't like these, so they're usually like when you're going in for the second or third round and like the leftover donuts. These are always leftover, but like these are always my go-to from the leftovers because most people don't eat them, but I like them. Whereas like my maple bar, if I don't grab that round one, somebody else is gonna grab it.
About to say this is like a donut that exactly. This is not a round one pick. This is like it'll be there later if you're still hungry. Maybe like a C tier donut. I would say. I said C. I don't know. This is like, yeah. I think that's the best way to describe it. It's not a round one pick. It'll be there. Like no one's picking this. It's not a round one draft pick. You know.
That might be my new favorite donut that I've never tried. A Canadian cream is a Boston cream, but maple instead of chocolate. Because I like Boston creams, but I like maple better than chocolate. So maybe that's my fucking.
Wait, that's a thing? That's like a thing that has its own name? Where the fuck is that like a special order that you have, Princess Phoenix? Like, or is that like they'll know what I'm talking about if I go to my donut shop? I'm like, can you get me a maple cream?
Canadian cream also sort of sounds like Canadian is though.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna make some Canadian cream.
Oh, it's on the menu. Shit, dude. I might have to ask them to make me a Canadian cream. That does sound pretty good. Although I do like the chocolate on Boston cream as well. A maple Boston, huh? What is that, like half maple, half chocolate? All custard?
Custard on the inside, maple instead of chocolate.
Let's see. B tier for the old fashioned seems to be winning. I feel like that's fair. This is definitely
I think
not
too. It's a very mid donut, but it's like it's consistent. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's always solid.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how Lewis described it. Okay. I mean, it sounds good. I would still go for the Boston cream. I think I'm just not the biggest
You
maple.
even said yourself you don't like the chocolate frosting on chocolate donuts.
I don't. Yeah, not really. But
So
the
why
Boston,
not
I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just haven't tried it. It just seems too Canadian to me. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if that's what I'm up. If that's
Hey,
what I'm
what
a
the
boot.
fuck is a spud nut donut? This doesn't sound real. Spud nut? Are you kidding me? Like that's the name of a donut?
Oldie gets a D tier from Buzz King. Damn, dude, Buzz
What
King's
is a spud nut donut? I feel like this isn't real. It's a potato donut. You know,
pass.
I'm just gonna skip us even voting on this. Like, who the fuck is
Yeah.
eating potato donuts?
That's
We're gonna
trash.
skip to the strawberry donut. Fuck spud nut. It's not even worth our time.
Strawberry.
We also still have to go over our crypto market stuff, so I'm trying to power through this. What tier is the strawberry donut?
This is what Homer Simpson's eating.
This one I feel like is iconic, but I've never actually liked the way it tastes. Like it's iconic because Homer eats it, but I'm never picking up a strawberry donut. Like it's an option, personally.
Oh, I wrote dugout here. Hold on, let me.
I think people will know what you're talking about. Maple cream donut. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't know if that's off. Like they offer that in America very often. Like I've never heard of a maple cream, but it does sound like up my alley.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that either, but I would have to try it. Huh. But the strawberry one, I don't know. After having this at like the Universal theme park here for at Krusty Land, that's definitely an A tier donut. I'm reaching for that more than once. Like if like after the Boston creams have been picked away, this is like a round 2 pick.
Oh, that looks fucking great. I'm gonna post a picture Prince X Phoenix sent me. Timmy Horton donut.
Timmy Horton, isn't that what's the name of that
Maybe
here?
Look at that fucking
perfect
shit. Glaze with a little fucking splooge coming out of it.
Yep.
The way they describe this does not sound good. A soft yeast-filled donut. Why are you?
Yeah,
why
no.
like, yeast is not the attractive part.
They're leaning a little heavy on the yeast there. Why not custard filled? Donuts. No. That's the one we're voting on right now. I feel like this is
Oh, A tier. You know, I'm okay with A tier. I'll put B tier for my vote, but it's not gonna.
I voted A tier. I feel like this is. I would get this if I go to like Universal Studios, or if I'm somewhere like Voodoo Donuts or something. Maybe they have like it with like crazy amounts of strawberries on top. I don't know.
All right, we got 2 more left we're gonna do. I'm gonna skip the Wonut and the Ube donut. Like, we don't even know what the fucking Ube donut is. I never heard of a Wonut. I feel like most people are not eating those.
Yeah, waffle donut. I feel like Cronut is where we draw the line. Like that's the end of the
Vanilla frosted will be our
the
last one.
bastardization.
Sugar is a donut. This is just powdered sugar on a donut.
Oh,
I feel like this is
powdered-
worse than glazed donut personally. Like, I'd rather just have
this
glazed.
is the other classic, but I feel like the glazed is the real champ.
It's like, hey, do you want a donut where the sugar and the stuff that tastes good can fall off of it instead of being stuck on with the glaze? Like, yeah, I'd rather just have it like glazed on there than like loose powder spilling all over my clothes and shit.
Yeah, they look cool, and I feel like the powder, like it belongs on top of like a Berliner, like a jelly filled donut should be powdered. But I feel like just a powdered donut without the jelly filling, that's kind of like, that's like the chocolate donut without the Boston cream. You kind of.
I will say I enjoy like a powdered donut hole. I enjoy.
I'd go for the donut hole over the actual donut too, but for the full
powdered
donut,
donut
I'm thinking like B
I'm also
tier.
combining sugar and powdered because a powdered donut is just powdered sugar, pretty much. So, although they're technically like this sugar donut is not powdered sugar; it's like sprinkled sugar, but same shit. Powdered donuts are just like, I don't know, they're fucking messy. They're not bad though. Like I can't say I don't enjoy eating them. They're just not my favorite.
They're just like kind of plain. They're like, I don't think it's a round 1 pick. Like it's one that'll probably still be there when you come back for the second time to the break room. Like
put it in C. I also agree. Like this would be a better donut if it was just filled with jelly, like the sugar powdered on top with a little jelly inside. Like, that's good.
It's like halfway to a Berliner. It's not quite, not quite there. But yeah, I definitely feel like my little Simpsons lard guy statue, lard boy statue, was perfectly appropriate for today's donut talk.
Yeah, I also didn't think of the donut thing until about like 3 a.m. last night. This was like a last minute.
Yeah.
Fun fact: per capita, Canadians eat the most donuts in the world compared to all countries.
Do they
Y'all
really?
fucking, your Tim Hortons just going wild over there.
You know, in fucking LA, there's just so many fucking like mom and pop donut stores that like we don't really have a lot of like Dunkin' Donuts or like chains. Although I guess like Yum Yums is a pretty big chain out here, but like there's a lot of just like independent donut places out here, like a lot. So I'm surprised that Canada eats even more donuts than people out here. Because judging by like the amount of availability, the people must be down in donuts around here, yeah.
Busking says I used to eat the small powdered donut holes growing up, the ones in all the boxes at Walmart's.
Yep.
I also like those like you know, like not donut holes, but they have like the Hostess, those little bags of like small round donuts.
Yes.
Those ones, like, I actually enjoy like the frosted, but that's actually where I should have battled for crumb donut more, because the crumb donuts we were looking at are not the crumb donuts to eat, but I love the crumb donuts that are in those little bags, like the little pre-made ones that are not baked fresh. Those are actually one of my favorite of all donuts, but for whatever reason, it didn't click in my head that that's probably the same thing as a crumb cake donut. But I actually really like those donuts, the one with the crumbs on top.
I don't know how familiar I am with those, but I do know the ones that that Buzz King's talking about, the like Walmart little bag of like, they're like the little white circle ones. I feel like I have a really like shitty childhood memory of those though, where like I found a bag of them, and you know how they look, right? They're like these little white circles, like totally covered in white, like kind of powdery sugar, and the like sugar gets on your fingers. I grabbed like into this bag, grabbed one of these white balls out and just ate it, and it wasn't powdered sugar, it was fucking mold.
Gross.
And it tasted like taking a handful of dirt off the forest floor. That was so bad. And it ruined donut holes for me for a minute. And now when I grab those powdered sugar donuts, I'm like, yeah, just double check that it's not like just mold.
How old were those donuts that
It
they're
was
all
terrible. Yeah, I was young, and those donuts were like way too old. I think I just found them like in the cupboards. Like,
this is our last
my
food.
mom's also kind of like, she doesn't really throw food out ever. She's like a bit of a food hoarder, and so like, yeah, I don't know. Like she'll have like canned food that's like years old and make food with it, which is fine. I mean, it's not bad, but like it's a little weird. It's like multiple years expired.
I think vanilla frosted is like strawberry frosted, but worse. Is basically my opinion on vanilla frosted. It's like, I don't know. I'd rather have a glazed donut than a vanilla frosted. Like the glaze tastes better to me than, I don't know. I don't like frosting, so this is just a bad donut for me. I don't like the reason I don't really like cake in general is I don't like frosting, which is why I like stuff like coffee cake, because there's no frosting on it. It's also why I like cheesecake.
Phoenix is right though. I got like PTSD from that, dude. Like I was very careful about stuff I ate for like weeks after that mishap. What a misstep.
Hostess crumb. These are like the crumb donuts from Hostess. Why is it the smallest picture I've ever seen in my entire life? Yeah, like these. Donuts.
Donuts.
Did you see that?
I don't know if I've had. Oh, okay, yeah.
They're like all crumbly. I freaking love these. These are like, when I buy donuts in these bags, it's always this flavor over like the chocolate, the plain, or the powdered. I'm always getting the crumbs. So if I could go back, I'd probably go back and vote crumb donut as S tier, because that's one of my top donuts. But I also only get them when they're like not made in a bakery fresh. Like those are exclusively I get when they're like packaged in gas stations and shit.
Yeah, you got to get those like three days like stale, kind of like, that adds to the consistency, you know, makes them a little more dense.
All right, so here's our tier list.
I'd say the Boston cream is the, like, if there's a box of donuts that had these top 6 ones just chilling in it, I'm grabbing the Boston cream.
Let's do what's the best.
Yeah, like no question. Boston cream, followed by probably like maybe like the blueberry or the cake one there, the crumble cake. Then I would say probably the plain. Then the donut hole, and the maple log is bringing up the rear.
All right, I'm just taking out donut holes. Donut holes are not going to be included in this because I feel like donut holes.
Yeah.
You're relying on like the donut holes are other flavors of donuts that we're voting
Yeah,
on.
exactly. Donut holes can be a variety in their own.
So they're
I'm
getting taken out of what's the best, but we're doing it between Boston cream, blueberry cake, cronut glazed and maple bar. This is science. This is history. This will forever be in the history books as the best of donut according to everybody in the world. So vote carefully.
What's best? Okay, let me vote. It's obviously maple bar.
I spelled Boston cream wrong, by the way. It should be Boston, not Bostum, but I think you guys get it.
Okay, I'm voting for it.
I voted for maple bar. I went hard for maple bar. You already heard my.
Chill out with maple bar. Coconut. I'm like happily surprised to see coconut making it to S tier. That's a okay. Blueberry cake.
Can Debs do something?
That's just cronut. If you are trying to read.
Oh, cronut.
Yeah, coconut did not make it to S tier.
Oh, coconut. Oh, okay, that did say cronut. Yeah, you're right. Damn it. That was just wishful thinking.
Coconut is.
Well, I enjoyed that feeling of coconut having made it when I thought it had made it.
Coconut's not that good.
Coconut is pretty good. I think
it's B tier. It's been decided already. Wow, this is a completely split 1 to 1 to 1 to 1. We need someone to tip the fucking scales. We need someone to vote for.
Hi here in the vote. Vote for Boston cream. You know it's the real deal, baby. I feel like Boston cream is like a meal and a dessert. You know, like it's.
Oh shit! Maple bar got a second vote. Someone's coming in. Let's go.
It's bitches, dude. Probably Paul is fucking signing in remotely, trying to get his maple bar victories.
Paul's coming in just to fucking.
I don't know. Maple bars, I get it. I mean, I always get one for Paul, but it's just not my bag. It's like, I don't know. I feel like maple bars
for like 30 years at this point. They're my jam.
The OG, huh?
Boston would be my second choice as well.
Boston's the first choice for sure. Boston is
when I go to a store, I generally get 2 donuts. It is a maple bar and a Boston cream. Like those are the 2 I get. Yeah. But then occasionally I'll sub the Boston cream for other things, but I never sub the maple bar. The maple bar stays.
Oh snap, dude! I would definitely.
Oh, Boston cream has 3 votes now. It's coming back.
If I'm getting a Boston cream there, I'd be like, then I will wait for the next batch.
I'm not even upset at Walter. As I just said, Boston cream is my second favorite donut. So like, I'm not. I understand where people are coming from. I'm not like it's fucking gross. Why do people like this? It's like no, I like it too.
Yeah, no, Boston cream fire. I don't really like maple bars, but I get why people like them. Like I said, Paul, like my husband, eats that. Like
maple's one of my favorite flavors. When I go to Dick's in Seattle, I get the maple nut ice cream. That shit is fucking fantastic. I love me some maple.
Maple just that ice cream fucking rocks too.
When I make oatmeal, I like maple brown sugar. Oatmeal.
For pastries, I want maple to be more. It's like it's associated with pancakes more than it is with like cakes or donut cakes. You know,
good on both.
Like, I don't know, pancakes and waffles.
That's the fucking.
Let's go.
Let's save this.
Good voting, Walter. We did it.
Download image. Neon space stream.
Fuck yeah.
Donuts.
Damn, guys. I kind of want a donut dessert now here, but it's fine. I'll look at my lard boy donut guy standing here holding his donut.
You should show that off again since we got more people now.
Oh, yeah. Here, I'll show this off one more time because I found the little like handle for it.
I also fucking. Let's go. Oh, his eyebrows move too. That's really cool.
Yeah, he gets mad, and Homer's moving too. Look, Homer's pulling.
Just don't look. Just don't look.
Yeah, he's pretty dope.
Do you want to share your screen and do some crypto stuff?
Yeah. I think if I go back into like a working a desk job somewhere at a studio, I'll definitely put my lard boy on my desk.
That's a pretty dope one.
Let's take a look at some crypto market stuff. We didn't have a chance to do this on Tuesday, and I wanted to. So it's been kind of a wild week.
We'll be right back. I've had to take a shit for like 30 minutes. I was like, let's finish up this. That's part of the reason why we skipped 3 donuts is because I need to take a shit and we can't do the poll without me. So I'll be back. See you guys in a minute.
Nice. All right. Let's while he's gone, I probably won't be able to see the chat since I'll be looking at my own screen, but I'm gonna go over what I've been seeing this week in the crypto market. So it's been since last Tuesday was the last time we looked at it, so it's been like a week and a couple days. But yeah, let's transition into doing this really quick. Let me take a sip of water and then take a look at what we're looking at. Oh, and by the way, since we were talking about Berlin earlier, this is this shirt is the traffic light guy that you'll see on like the pedestrian traffic signal in East Berlin. So like the traffic signals change once you cross the Berlin Wall, and this is the Ampelmann from the eastern side. Just a little thing to throw in there at the start of this. All right, so I'm going to start here on. Let's go back to the chart the way we were looking at it last week. So we're starting. So this is the daily chart. I'm looking at Ethereum again. Last week we saw the charts. We're looking at kind of like the longer frame time frames, like the weekly and the daily, and we're getting a sense that we would see the market continue to move upward, despite having been. So here we are. This is the daily. Last week we were kind of around here when we were looking at the market, so we hadn't gotten all of this price action yet. We were looking at it kind of like this. Maybe like this. We were a little bit over sold, looking for like it to continue to climb up. And then on the weekly, we were also starting to see some early signs of a flip in the direction here. We have weeks closing above the middle Bollinger Band lines for the first time in a long time. Sure, we'll have a few weeks that have been dancing with that line for a while. But honestly, since kind of like the start of the pullback here on the bear market, all the way back in December, we didn't really get these kind of closes happening on the weekly chart at all. So here we're zooming in again, and you can see each one of these candles right now is representing 1 full week of time. And last week we were seeing this too, weeks closing above multiple weeks in a row for the first time since kind of like the start of the whole bear market. This giving us an impression that we might have some, early signs of flipping the market trend. I was a little unconvinced, but kind of starting to get the impression that we are getting, a bull kind of like signal here. And if we can bounce off of this middle line and continue upward, then we are looking for, here, I drew these lines out the other day. So the green, let me explain these lines really quick. I went green, yellow, red. So if we can get this bounce kind of around here and keep moving up, then I would say, the resistance points become up to the red being like where we will almost certainly be rejected then and continue down if we're still continuing the bear market. But if we can find some support here for the first time, I would say we have all of this green, yellow, red range coming into play in the coming months. Whereas if we can't break into this range, then we'll probably continue to trade in the existing range we've been tracking, which I also changed to green, yellow, and red. Green being the top of it and red being the like most extreme bottom where we've been bouncing. And that's also why I did red on this side where we should expect to bounce. So then the total range for this bear market retest would be this huge, like, between, what is that? 20, what are we looking at there? 2,000 per Ethereum and all the way down to like 1,000, 1,050 or something, I think was the bottom of this. But I think 1,100 is where we have our target at right here, or 1,200. So let's go like 12 flat or something like that. But yeah, so that's kind of like the stuff we were looking at. And then last week, let's go back to the daily chart. Last week we got a big Big sell-off pretty much right after Tuesday. So we're looking here. Tuesday, this is when we were looking at the chart on this candle. And then following that, we got a kind of a sell-off, retested this old support level or this, previous kind of like top, and kind of fell below it a little bit before bouncing right back to our same level where we're at today. So very volatile week, kind of like effectively flat from the last time we looked at the market, because we looked here last and now we're here, pretty much staying flat. But in that time, nice little sell-off with an immediate retrace. Not entirely sure why you're getting like these kind of like volatile moments without it picking a direction, especially considering that yesterday on Tuesday, so 2 days ago now, we had the new CPI report published. The CPI report is for the kind of like data that reflects inflation in the like cost of goods, and that data kind of was more aggressive than people anticipated. So inflation has been kind of going up, like cost of things has gone up more than people were expecting. The only section of the CPI report that had values coming down were used cars, which I thought was kind of an interesting one to consider as part of the CPI index at all, considering that the other aspects of that index include stuff like the cost of food and groceries, the cost of healthcare and medicine, the cost of power and fuel. So these are all things that as their cost changes, it changes the impact on every person's everyday life and everyday expenses, whereas the cost of used cars aren't really something that people are interacting with often. So that's a weird one. So that I feel like inflation is very clearly, from the report I was reading, it looked like inflation was getting worse, and the only thing that's kind of offsetting that metric was used cars, which is like, okay, big deal, like eggs, fuel, and electricity and medicine I'm buying every day, but used cars are getting cheaper. So ultimately it was kind of a bad news in my opinion, and I think the market should have reacted by pulling back, which it did, but then has bounced back in the last few days. Let's see how that was reflecting what's happening in the regular stock market too. So similar on the stock market on the day that the CPI report came out. So it was Tuesday. We didn't really get the sell-off like that is merited, I would say, by that information. And we're still kind of just continuing trucking along in our trend up here on the SPY. This is the index that tracks the S&P 500 assets in the stock market. So this is like a decent metric of an overview of how the stock market is moving. At least the general stock market. So the SPY is for that. And then you got like stuff like the QQQ, for example, which would be more for the NASDAQ, for tech stocks, if you will. But here, if we zoom out on the SPY and what we've been seeing, and this is the reason we're looking at the SPY at all, is to kind of get a sense of the macro picture, like because cryptos obviously is its own market separate of the stock market, but exists in this bigger economy picture that the stock market makes up a large portion of that picture. So it's good to like kind of keep tabs on both to bias our ideas within the crypto market with information from the general like macroeconomic picture. So looking at that picture, we can see here we've had also kind of a bear market, just like we have in crypto, similar downtrend. But an interesting trend here is like you can see the on balance volume metric is very clearly showing money leaving the market, even though kind of around here we've been more or less flat as far as like the peaks of these booms go. But this is trending down, clearly trending down. That is a decent indicator that it's a bear trend, and the money leaving the market should continue to leave the market. If we zoom out a little further, we can also see that now we have less money in this market than we did at the bottom of the COVID crash. Seeing as the unbalanced volume is making lower lows. But look at the spot price. So the price of the assets of this market, which is, this is like, again, an index of the general stock market. the stock prices are all much higher, while the unbalanced volume is, hovering around that same level or even lower already. That is again helping to inform my sentiment as a bearish. I think this is not a great look and could indicate that there's a lot of room down for us to kind of make the same spot prices as we had made here, while the money on the unbalanced volume was similar, and that's a long way down. So if we're zoomed out this far now, we're looking at the Ethereum market too. The other thing that we were seeing last week was some of those like the golden cross we talked about, and the death cross indicators. They were kind of like competing. So on the daily chart, we were seeing there's a golden cross forming where the a 50-day smooth moving average was crossing up above the 200-day, while at the same time on the weekly chart, there was a death cross where the 50-day moving average was dropping below the 200, or about to start to dropping below the 200. So on the longer time frame, that is a bearish sentiment, while on the shorter time frame, it's a bullish sentiment. So we're getting this mixed message, and clearly that's resulting in volatility. So we're dropping down, pumping up, kind of like picking a direction and still being undecided. At this point, it looks like on the daily chart, we're a little bit still on the like oversold end, and oversold end, and could be moving up to buy back in kind of like here. So could still have some room up in the next coming days and weeks. But at the same time, if we zoom out to the weekly, we're quite overbought on the weekly now, and are looking to retest down again to kind of like cool off this RSI metric. So with all that in mind, let's take a look at wax quickly as well. So we're going back over to the daily chart. 1 day for wax. Wax is still very clean, staying above its middle Bollinger Band line, kind of moving up. It hadn't closed a day kind of below here while we were experiencing that regular market volatility, but is still kind of climbing. And that was mostly our takeaway last week as well, where we thought, well, the market's starting to shift into a little bit long-term bears, bull signals. Let's kind of like scale down our hedge, and let's kind of like move into a few crypto assets at these low prices again. So we've done that. And then here you can see we're on the daily, we have room up. We've kind of reached the oversold aspect. So we're still kind of looking to bounce on this middle B band line, which is where we kind of are hanging out right now. So this still is indicating kind of a positive price action to come in the coming hours and days potentially. But then if we zoom out to the weekly chart, she should always do kind of both. We are also seeing here, we're closing over the middle Bollinger Band line, not really making massive confident like candles here. They're all these little Doge signals. They're which a Doge is basically a candle that, opens and closes its time frame almost at the same price, and then during that price moves up and down, which is what we're seeing here, where these candles have wicks up and wicks down, and then very thin bodies. And that's what that is indicating to us. That's why they look like that. So like a candle, for example, like this one here, means that the price started at the base of this, ended the week at the base of this, which is what made the body for the candle. And then during the week, the price, had been up this high and at some point down this low. But a candle with a wick up above is usually going to keep climbing until the wicks go lower and lower, and then eventually turn around. So we'll have to see and keep an eye on that. This isn't super convincing yet. We're also very overbought. So on the weekly, we're seeing some bearish signals. Like we could cool off the price action on the weekly, while the daily is still showing us like, oh, there's room up still. We could bounce here, move higher, make another higher high, and, hopefully close above this 8 cent kind of like support, or turn this into support. Currently is resistance. We see we've climbed all the way up there, been rejected once, and now are going to retest in the coming days, possibly retest this 8 cents again, hopefully flip it and turn the support and start climbing higher. But again, on the weekly, maybe we're running out of steam a little bit and need to pull back, cool off before we can see that move happen. So it's a little unclear what the market wants to do. Ultimately, I still think we haven't seen the bottom of the bear market. I think it's a little early to call bull, although some of the indicators are flipping to bull. What I am interested in doing with this information, though, is restructuring some of our positions to more aggressively catch the crypto side of upside of a potential bear run versus to continue to hedge so aggressively into cash. And so we started doing that last week a little bit. And so let's take a look now at our 100 wax investment and see how we can take the information that we're pulling from this chart reading and apply that to our 100 wax investment strategy. So last week, let's start on DeFi Box. We removed, we used to keep about 100 wax worth of liquidity in the wax USDT pool, and we cut that down to just 50 wax. And so let me sign into our DeFi wallet here and take a look at how we've done by just having 50 wax worth of liquidity in that pool this week. It should probably be around the same, if not maybe a little lower, because I think the price of wax is around the same as it was last time we did this. But let's see. So, oops, I just logged into the wrong wallet again.
We start rating for some reason. The sound alert isn't working. Maybe we forgot to set up a max thing, but thank you for the raid, everybody. Welcome. We're going over wait, the cheer's working. There it is. I think the sound is not working.
Weird.
I think I know what happened. I think me deleting that profile to set it back to the fucking okay, there's the sound. But that's the wrong sound. It's not doing our like custom ones. This is so frustrating. Well, hello and welcome everybody. We're Neon Space. We're going over some crypto market stuff today. Earlier we did a donut tier list. We voted. We decided that Boston creams are the best in the world, as scientifically proven by the stream. And now we're looking at
it is. I am happy with that outcome too. That was my vote. Boston creams rock. But yeah, let's jump into. So we just looked at the crypto market here. This is the wax chart. We're looking at the wax daily chart. We're waiting for the wax price to basically turn 8 cents back into support. 8 cents. I mean, for those who just joined in and have been like, we'll look at the market usually on Tuesdays. This Tuesday we had an interview, so we skipped it to today. But we've been doing this every Tuesday for months and months and months, and we've drawn out this like 8 cent target. I think we drew this way back when wax was like 30 cents or something. Like wax was up here, and we were like, the target for our bear market will be 8 cents, or my personal target is here. And we were like chart reading, and then we hit that target back in the day here during the Celsius collapse, I believe. Like Celsius and 3 Arrow Capital getting kind of like wiped, and the first like initial leg down of the crypto market. And since then, 8 cents had been a pretty strong support level until we lost that support here, where we dropped all the way down to 4, which was the next level. We were like, we could drop here. And at that point, when I was drawing these supports, I was like, I would be surprised to see us go much lower than 4. We did end up going a little bit lower than where I thought we would go, or I think I had my price at 5. 4 cents was about what we calculated would be the fair price per token if you were paying the cost of operating the wax network. I just don't understand that equation well enough to break down the math and be super confident in that. But I thought 4 cents would be the hard floor for this market. I still kind of feel like that's where we're at today. But what we're looking for in the coming days and weeks is for the 8 cent level here on 8 cents per wax to become flipped by this upward movement. So the days closing above 8 cents, and then when they eventually do pull back, this 8 cent range needs to become our support level again, where we want to see the price start to bounce here. So we are seeing here's the raid time is coming.
At the same rate.
Maybe you're right. Maybe they're like delayed. We are seeing definitely though with this wax like chart specifically. So this is wax over on KuCoin, but you can see like even as the price has fallen since like we'll crop the graph all the way to the first time.
That was a new rate. That was from Katie Colorful or Caddy Colorful. So thank you for the rate.
Oh, nice. Hey, welcome. But you can see here, this is a very bullish kind of indicator to me, at least, where we see that the price has been moving down steadily while the OBV metric, which is an indicator you can add to your charts, which stands for on balance volume and generally shows the money moving into or out of an asset, because the way that it we'll have to get into how it calculates. You could look up what on balance volume is on like Investopedia to kind of like have it explained to you more in detail how it pulls this number. But generally speaking, what this graph shows is money flowing either into or out of an asset. So when the graph is going up while the price is going down, that generally paints a picture of like accumulation or capitulation by bigger players in the game, and then usually will result in a breakout upwards. Now we're looking at wax just on Qcoin, so we would have to check wax on the other markets to see if we're seeing a similar trend. So let's just do that really quick before we move on. Here's wax on Binance. We're seeing the same kind of deal where the price has been falling, but the OBV metric is climbing. Let's take a look at wax on OKX. Same deal there. How about over at Bitrex? Bitrex, got a little bit of it dipping here, but then very aggressively been buying back on this uptick. Clearly higher on balance volume currently than it was in the past. And again, in the past here, the price was much higher than it currently is. So also same thing we're seeing here. Let's take a look at a couple more. How about CoinX? Very similar deal.
I have underinvested by a lot.
Gate.io is pretty flat. So this one's kind of like, it looks kind of like it's basically just flat. But again, keep in mind, it's flat while the price is trending down. So this is still effectively, while the on balance volume is the same as it was back here, the price back here was much higher. So this would still indicate a bullish signal. And I think we've gone through most of the markets that we need to. I wonder if we could see really quick to just see the same thing in DeFi. So there is a decent amount of wax that trades. Let's take a look at like X screener, DEX screener, because wax also trades on decentralized exchanges. So there is a decent amount of liquidity for Wax E, which trades on Uniswap. And Wax E is just Ethereum wrapped Wax token. So 1,000 Wax tokens equal one Wax E token, and that Wax E token trades on the Ethereum blockchain. And you can see, has a $6.6 million pool with pretty aggressive. So I've actually already added on balance volume to my DX screener, so it's already filling it in for me. And let's take a look, same time frame here for this chart, and we're also seeing a similar thing. Prices falling, on balance volume climbing. So even on the decentralized markets, so this is on Uniswap right now, we're seeing that image playing out. So that's kind of a bullish indicator. It means to me that it looks like people are buying wax at this level more than they're selling it, at least, and there's an interest in picking up more. I personally do like wax. When we first started drawing these targets, let me go back to my Qcoin is the chart that I drew on. So when we first drew these targets, that was kind of like, I like buying wax when we hit these kind of targets. So I had been buying, I bought back here, and then I bought again, I think recently, and I bought once here. I think I bought once for like 4 cents too when we fell a little bit lower. And at this point, I'm waiting basically to see how these next few days play out. But I do think it's time to kind of like transition off of being fully hedged with a cash position and, venture a little bit into these assets while we are seeing such bullish sentiment, so we don't, end up waiting forever and don't take any action. I do still think that in the coming months, we could see a pretty aggressive sell-off. I think the next FOMC meeting is going to play a big role in that. The FOMC meeting is when the Federal Reserve discusses their approach to changing inflation impacts on the economy by increasing or decreasing interest rates on the Federal Reserve level. So what that almost certainly what will happen based on the CPI report that came out on Tuesday this week, which indicated that inflation is still climbing pretty aggressively, and more aggressively than initially thought. And to be perfectly honest, the CPI report numbers, the way that they were calculated, was recently changed into in a way I don't really agree with. They effectively are throwing out all of like 2021. 2022, or I don't know, 1 year. They're just like kind of throwing out, and they're readdressing the way that they do the math now to come up with these inflation numbers. And in the last time that they did that, they ultimately, like when they published the report, they had to publish a revision to the report like a week later that showed that the numbers were actually even worse than they were showing. So I imagine the numbers could be worse than they are now, and they're already worse than they were intended or expected to be. I think the response to that from the Federal Reserve, which will then be announced during the FOMC meeting, would be to increase interest rates higher and more aggressively than investors are expecting, which would in turn be bad for the equity prices. So bring the stock market further down. And again, seeing how the stock market is currently priced this high, but OBV'd at the same level as these like big pullbacks, it indicates to me that some type of more aggressive news like that for inflation curbing by increasing interest rates could definitely bring these markets a little bit to making lower lows again. Maybe not to these lows, but definitely to like the last peak here or something like that, which is still a lower low than the current lows we've seen. And I do believe that the stock market is going to lead the charge when it comes to the crypto market prices, at least until we're finished with the sell-off. Once we've reached the floor in equities, so in this bear market or this recession or however you want to categorize it, once we reach the lower prices for stocks and cryptos and everything, like the bottom there, I personally think at that point we could see a separation of these markets where crypto kind of will do its own thing. And in my opinion, I think crypto will bounce more aggressively and more quickly back, because a bottom of a bear market crypto market has a lot of absurdly lucrative opportunities, and those opportunities are definitely not as present in the stock market, which is much more mature. So I could imagine those opportunities driving the inflow of money back into the assets much quicker than in the traditional market. But I don't think we've seen that bottoming out just yet. So all of that is to say, we are starting to see some bullish indicators. There's reasons to be like excited for the prices of crypto in the coming days, weeks, and months even.
Also, for investors, not financial advice. We're not financial advisors. We try to educate people on how to read charts and use technical analysis to make their own decisions. So Max is basically saying, based on what he's saying, this is what he might be doing. But we're not saying you should do what we're doing.
Yes.
We never suggest you just follow us 100%. It's more like we're trying to teach you how to fish, and you can decide if you want to fish. But just because we're making moves doesn't necessarily mean you should be acting upon them.
Yeah, exactly. I just like to I've been keeping an eye on this market for a long time. And since, like I said, every Tuesday we've kind of like looked at it together. And so I like to share my opinion on what I'm seeing. And that way we can kind of together learn how to see this stuff on our own. Because ultimately, no one who has figured out, the secret formula to like buying high or buying low and selling high is going to share that with anybody else. Why would you? So it's all about understanding how to arrive at these conclusions for yourself. And at the end of the day, investing, it comes down to risk management, and everybody has a different risk profile and therefore different tolerances for risk. And it's everybody's independent responsibility to assess their own risk and then make their own decisions based on that risk. And even if I wanted to help you invest your money, I can't, because I don't know your financial situation. And while I think Bitcoin or Wax or whatever are decent buys around 8 cents, that I don't think that it's a good buy if you also have a mortgage that's like, 2 months behind or something like that. At that point, it's like, oh, it's suddenly doesn't look quite as attractive. So yeah, like Liz said, none of it's financial advice, but I'm real deep into this stuff and I really enjoy this. So I love to like help people kind of navigate these things or, dive into this. So the first part of this is always looking at the market. And then the next part of it is what to do with it. So we started this what to do with it side with 100 wax. And we've taken the 100 wax and just by staying on the wax blockchain within wax projects and only within token projects too, fungible tokens, no NFTs. We've been trying to participate in Wax DeFi to create more than 100 wax. So of that 100 wax, 51 is still parked here over at DeFi Box, and that is currently split into USDT and wax. So this is kind of like our hedge, where if wax does suddenly start to drop aggressively, the USDT will be used to buy more wax and get us back to our 100 initial wax. And again, our stated goal for this wallet is to earn more wax, not more dollars. So we're not going to necessarily cash out of wax at the top into dollars and then try to cash back in or something like that. We're going to use DeFi strategies to generate more passive or active wax by participating in DeFi. So now that that's said, I think we're going to keep this the way it is. 51 I'm still happy with. I don't think we need to scale this back up to being worth the full 100 wax. For a while when we were on the way down, we did keep this at 100 so that we had effectively, saved our principal and we could play with just the rest. But I think we should save this as our, 50% of our principal, keep that exposed to the US dollar side, keep our, ourselves covered should wax start to fall. But if wax pumps, I would like us to be exposed a little bit more aggressively than we had been in the past to wax and wax tokens. So the other side of this investment is currently over on Taco Swap. Let me jump there. And I'm going to have to switch into our investment wallet. So we started this whole journey by actually creating a brand new wallet from scratch, funding it and showing how all that worked and just getting into all this stuff step by step. So if somebody was interested to seeing how we got here, it's all, I think, on video on demand, like on YouTube and stuff, like all the way back months and months and months. You can see us looking at the crypto market when I think Bitcoin was like $50,000 and we're like, oh, I think it's going down. And then it did. So here we're sending, I keep sending back into my same wallet. But let's see, we made like a DeFi wallet specifically for this investment. And so we have 51 wax on DeFi Box currently. And then the other amount of wax we've been using to participate in a couple pools here. So I send into our DeFi wallet. I can go to the liquidity tab and see what we're in. So we're in the NFTV and wax pool just a little bit. And then we're in the wax wombat pool. So you can see 63 wax on the wax side, meaning this is about 120 wax. So we've done pretty well with our initial 100 wax. We're well over where we started. I think the other thing, let's see, did we have anything in salsa? I don't remember. I think we might have taken this out. Okay, we don't. At one point we had gotten up to 200 wax, and then now I think we're back at like 180 or so. So it's fluctuating, but we're doing relatively well. It's been maybe 6 months. So first thing we want to do is claim our rewards. So I'm going to go to account and rewards up here. And for being in these pools, we've earned these respective tokens. So I'm going to start by claiming all these and then swapping them into wax before we decide what to do next. So we still have a pretty decent exposure, if I go back to liquidity, to both of these pools. I'm not sure I want to keep compounding into the pools right now. Let's take a look really quick at what they are yielding. So if I go to the meal tab on the Taco Swap, it shows you all the pools that are currently paying these rewards for supplying liquidity. What we're doing here, obviously, is we're putting our tokens into the Taco Swap pool of tokens that are available to traders who use the swap. So we get compensated by anytime somebody trades using a swap against our assets. We get a little cut. What'd you say?
So you think this is better than stake CPU and claim GBM rewards? Somebody asked.
Okay, so staking CPU and GDM rewards is definitely an option for keeping your wax at whatever amount of wax you have. and then going up. Like the current GMW and like those staking rewards are currently, I think, around like 3.5 to 5% annually. So APY, and we started with 100 wax. So
the thing about this
we
though
are
is,
doing.
just to say real quick, just to summarize, is you can earn more doing this, but you can also lose more doing this. You're not going to lose your max wax staking it. There is no counterpart risk to staking your wax to CPU. There is a counterpart risk to if you pair your wax with NFTV and NFTV becomes 100% worth less, you're going to lose value in your wax. So you are pairing your liquidity with another asset, and you're like expecting that asset to not lose value for you not to not lose value. So it's a lot more to manage as far as like it's not as
Yes.
easy as just staking wax, and you do need to kind of understand what you're doing, and you can absolutely lose money in liquidity pools. So just be aware of that and don't like throw all your money into it expecting to just print money, because that's not how it works.
Here's an example of a liquidity pool where I added let's say this was 0.7 charm token, and I added 0.28 wax. And all I did was like I never took anything out. I just added that when this token went live, and now I have 0.02. So I've lost almost 10, like 90% of the wax by participating in this pool. So it's definitely not as simple as staking, where it's a set and forget kind of a thing. Although staking is not set and forget. Staking requires, I would say, around once a month for you to be active. Because if you would like to stake, so here, for example, I'll go to blocks.io. Here's my wallet. If I go to my wallet and I look at like claiming rewards, you can see like you're earning your rewards here for staking your tokens. But if you go to, where is it? It's like stake now. Here, vote. Yeah, here it is. Under vote, you actually have to vote at least once a month to maintain your voting weight. And that way, I wish I had a wallet that I'm actually voting from. And that way you'll earn the passive staking reward for staking your wax. Simply staking it to your wax CPU and stuff is not enough. You need to stake it, then you choose some of these validators, like up to 16, I think, per wallet, but you can choose just one if you want. Like pink.gg, for example, is Atomic Hub. So I can just choose Atomic Hub, and then you could vote for Atomic Hub as a block producer. This would delegate the stake that you have in your wallet, and then once you've successfully voted for that, now your wallet will have 100% stake weight, which will then be used to get you your return. Oh, it looks like you can vote for up to 30, which will then be used to get you a return from staking to the like distribution contracts here. The what's it called? The GBM pools and the voting rewards. See how it's called vote rewards? You have to vote to get vote rewards. So now that I've voted, you see I have a strength of 100%. This strength is going to automatically decrease over time. Within, I think, about a month or so, this voting strength is much lower. So you'll have to come back here and vote again and sign this transaction, and that'll boost you back up to 100% and make sure that you keep getting the reward you're expecting to get for staking your wax. If you're staking your wax from your web cloud wallet, this is done automatically for you. But if you're staking your wax from your own wallet, like your Anchor wallet, or I'm not sure, but possibly Wombat as well, you should know about this and participate in this governance side of it if you would like to receive.
I don't know if you're answering Monosuerte, but is this kind of, he said, do you have to vote every day to get your rewards per day? Your vote weight goes down over time if you don't, but if you do it like once a week, you're probably going to stay at 100%.
Yeah.
Like you don't need to do it every day.
Yeah, I'm at 100% now. Once a week is plenty. Within a week, you're going to be at like 98 or something, and then it starts to fall off faster and faster. So it's like a sliding scale. So if you do it once a week, you'll be fine. If you do it once a day, you're never going to fall below 100, and you'd probably do very slightly better than somebody doing it once a week. But it's not worth the commitment. So doing it once a week or even once a month is like, I'll do it once every 2 weeks on a wallet where I have like 20,000 wax staked. So
IV4 also asks, how do you pick the validators you vote for? The safe bet is just vote for the top 21. The top 21 are the actives, and they're essentially decided by the OIG, who's ensuring that their technical specs are up to spec, like they're able to push the transactions like they're supposed to. If you start getting to the lower ones, you start getting in the risk of like them not being as active. Like the top 21 are active. Another thing you can do is you can proxy if there's someone who you trust and you don't really know who to vote for, there are proxies you can pick, and they basically just pick the top 21 for you. So you can pick a proxy of someone you trust, or you can just select. There's specific people I don't vote for, if I'm going to be honest, just because I've been in the space for a while and I don't like certain teams. But it doesn't really matter because the top 21 are like voted in for. They're voted in. There's wallets holding like millions and millions and millions of wax that vote for proxies decided by the OIGs. So they essentially decide who the top 21 are more so than the people. Like if all of the people combined voted against those proxies, maybe, but we're not organized to the point where that's a realistic possibility. So essentially, like unless the OIGs are picking them as top 21 in the proxy, they're not going to get voted in. So you can vote for ones outside the top 21, but realistically, like the OIG needs to decide they're in the top 21 in order for them to be active. Which another thing to also realize, which I didn't realize until recently, is top 21 get paid in full. But if you're on standby, you're still paid. You're just not paid fully. So like number 22 through 60 or whatever, as long as they're meeting the technical threshold, they're still being paid wax every month for being blockchain producers. They're just not making as much as the top 21. The top 21 make a larger number of wax.
Yeah, and then here you can see the amount of wax they have staked to them. So if you want to help someone like flip the like lead here, it's not going to happen. Like the difference is about 1 billion wax or like a billion wax.
The reason that is because like the OAG's proxies are why all of those have 1 billion wax is because the billion wax is coming from them, and then all the other ones coming from the community. But the thing I would say for is if you want to do a little research, vote for the ones that help the community. That's what I do. So like,
yeah, I would do Pink. I would do
I've had
like
a little beef with Nefty lately, but I always vote for Nefty. I always vote for NFT Hive.
I would do Token Gamer.
I love Bounty Block. I think Bounty Block is one of the best. I would vote for them for sure.
Which one is theirs?
Number 6.
Number 6. Yeah, I definitely. Oh, there it is. Bounty Blocks. Yeah, I'd 100% vote. So I'd vote for all these. So I'm just gonna vote. Why not?
I think, what is it? Aloha EOS, I believe, is Token Head and Funko. So if you like Funko, I think they're doing good things on wax. You should vote for them.
Aloha EOS, that's number 7 right now.
Crypto Lions are the people who made the simple asset contract. I don't vote for them because they play bonds, and bonds I think is harmful to the wax community. So when they find a new community manager, I will start voting for Crypto Lions again. But yeah, there's like certain beefs I have in this space, which you shouldn't vote based on my beefs. If you have no issue with Crypto Lions, go for Crypto Lions. Like, don't just take my like weird behind the scenes shit, but do your own research.
Yeah.
But also you have to vote for 21. So if you vote for like 19 out of the first 21, your percentage doesn't go up nearly as much. So you do need to like
you have to vote for 16 at least out of the 30.
It wasn't 21, but yeah, like I made that mistake for like the first 3 months I was on wax. I was only voting for the ones I liked, and I was earning nothing because I didn't vote for over 16. So you do need to like I always try to keep it at 21 just to have it up there, and you can vote for it.
Yeah. Let's see.
This is a good call. Monosuerte says, I like using a proxy like Alcy2. Alcy2 is a very trusted member of the NFT Gamer TV community. She's also a watchdog for wax. She calls out when projects look like scams. She breaks down tokenomics and is like, this is clearly like a copy paste of this Ponzi. Do not get into this. So I trust Alcy as far as like she has wax's best interest in mind. So finding somebody like that who is doing the research when you aren't is also a very valid option. But like, you have to trust whoever
you can just choose your proxy. If you want to like use this, like you find this person's your proxy, choose them, and then
can you control F Alcy?
Let's see. Who is it? How do you spell it? A-L?
ALCIE.
C-I.
Now there it is. D20. She's the top 16. D20 on wax.
Yeah, number 16. So you could just choose her and sign this. And then that's all you would need to do. Now, if I come back to my wallet and check here, I mean, it might take a second for the proxy to vote for me, but it'll eventually vote and pick for me. And then you don't have to. I don't think you have to redo this again, right? They manage that, right?
You need to update voting for the proxy once a week. It's the same thing.
Okay.
Your vote power goes down if you don't re-vote for the proxy. Like you have to
Okay. But yeah, it'll like I think
you need to the Anchor wallet too. Like the Anchor wallet just has refresh proxy as a button, and if you click that, your thing just goes up to 100%. But if you proxy, you can't just set and forget. You have to refresh your vote to the proxy.
Gotcha. That's why. Okay, I was gonna say that's why I just do it all manually, just because you have to do it anyway. So I think if you don't care at all, you can literally just come through here, pick the top 16, and then do that.
I'd also pick like more than 16 just because if one of those goes out of business, then you're only voting for 15, you know? So like give yourself a little bit of leeway in case one of those top 21 just go down. And
I'm gonna vote for all 21. And then
another question Matt had, which sorry we've been ignoring because we've been going over wax stuff. He says, you all following EOS, Antelope, and IBC. We know that Wax is upgrading to the new Antelope infrastructure like in the next couple of weeks. Like let me pull up the Wax governance channel. I'm in this Wax governance channel on Telegram that only 200 people are in, but they like where all the most important information on Wax is being dumped there because it's like that's where all the blockchain producers, like the guilds and the people that are building shit behind the scenes, like share stuff with each other about updates to the network. So they just posted that like Wax node is being upgraded to 3.13, which is Antelope, and that will be required like within the next couple of weeks, or you will basically, if you're not using Antelope, you won't be able to be a blockchain producer for Wax.
Yeah. I think Antelope is definitely going to be a big deal too, because it enables like EVM compliance on the EOSIO blockchains. So fuck yeah, that means you can deploy contracts and smart contracts and projects that have been deployed on like EOS on EVM blockchains like Ethereum.
Just a bigger picture for newer people is EOSIO is the blockchain that Wax is built on, the tech it's built on, which is based on the EOS blockchain. EOSIO is like the tech that it runs on. It takes different coding than Ethereum. So like Ethereum codes, when you make Harmony is based on the Ethereum code. So you can copy and paste everything on Ether mainnet onto Harmony without changing anything. So like layer 2 DeFi and like dApps that were built on Ether can now be used on all these layer 2 solutions. And if you try to copy and paste that code on Wax, it just doesn't work. So Wax has had a hard time finding developers to make tools and like attract new audience because like people come for tools, they come for projects. So if you have cool stuff here, then people will show up. But like it's hard to find the people to build for it because everybody's learning how to build for Ethereum because that's where all the money is. So if you're trying to find talented devs, they're not studying EOSIO because EOSIO is a much more obscure chain. So the most talented devs are all building on Ethereum. So the EVM will allow people on Wax to use Ethereum code and like basically like it's like an emulator. It's like when you have your Game Boy Advance emulator, it's like that, but for Ethereum on EOS. So it should open up who is able to develop on Wax, open the doors to anything that's been built on Ethereum. Now we can just copy and paste on Wax. So we can have like cooler DeFi protocols and stuff. So it's a pretty big deal, but it's also a pretty big picture. So a lot of people don't really, they're like, why does that matter? Why is that important for Wax? Who cares? Why is the Wax team spent a year and a half working on this? Like it's a big waste of time. We just want to collect NFTs. And it's a pretty big like concept that I don't think everybody grasps how important this is because I don't hear a lot of people talking about it, and it's pretty huge for Wax. Like,
it's huge. Like all the stuff that's been built on other blockchains could then easily be ported over. Like right now, it's unrealistic to expect any team to try to like bridge into Wax because it would involve them rewriting all of their stuff from scratch. Whereas after Antelope is deployed, that would be much more realistic because they'd be able to deploy anything they've already done on Ethereum or on a EVM compatible chain pretty seamlessly into Wax. But yeah, so now you can see when I go to my wallet here, you can see claim, and then there we go. Now I can actually claim my rewards because I'm actually voting. But yeah, so and then back to that original question, you're gonna by doing this type of this type of staking, I think you're looking at like optimistically about 5% APY, which isn't bad. Like 5% is solid. And again, like Lewis said, there's no counterpart risk to this. To get rid of your stake, you can literally just come here, unstake, and choose, which if you're staking to multiple accounts. By the way, you can stake to any account you want. If you just go to stake, you see by default it has your own wallet in here, but you could just stake to whatever wallet you want. But yeah, just like that, you can unstake, choose the stake that you have. Like if I wanted to unstake 15 from my own wallet, I could come here, say like 10 or whatever, unstake, and then 3 days later, the unstaking process will be completed. So there's like a vesting term or a maturity term, or however you wanted to categorize that, of 3 days. And then once the 3 days pass, you have the funds back in your wallet, and no harm, no foul. There's no chance. There's no counterpart where like, oh, if wax goes up in price, your wax stake goes down in wax token. Whereas this position, for example, with the USDT as its counterpart, if wax goes up in price, the position will sell the wax into USDT. And sure, I'll have more USDT, but less wax. And ultimately, if that increase in the wax value is like, let's say I have 100 wax, like we started with, and I just staked it into this government's like staking for the 5%, right? And I did that for 1 full year versus I did, let's say I bought just 50-50 split into the DeFi box USDT pool. So I did 50 wax against a counterpart of, let's just say for simple math sake, that wax was worth 10 cents when I did all this. So, I bought 100 wax at 10 cents. That's $10 that I spent on my wax. And on one strategy, I staked it for 5% for a full year. And the other strategy, I added it to the liquidity pool to participate in, the price action shifting and then earning the liquidity sourcing fees. So now let's pretend that the price of wax went up 10x. So my 10 cents a unit went up to $1 per wax. The 100 wax that I bought back in the day for 10 wax or for $10 is now worth, the staked wax is now worth $100 plus 5%. So I got 105 wax here now, worth $105 total. Whereas the 100 wax I put up against US dollars here was worth initially, 50 wax against only $5, because at the beginning of this position, that's what the value was. And then as the wax price increased all the way up to $1 from 10 cents, my position in this pool, which is 1-to-1, this being dollars, this being wax price is going up, so it's being sold into price goes up, sold to keep the value of both assets 1-to-1. And by the time the full year has passed, I might have 20 wax against $20, and for a total of about $40 in this liquidity pool. Whereas had I just put the wax into the staking position, that would have been worth 105. Now the same thing is true if we drop, let's say, from 10 cents down to 1 cent. Your 105 wax is now worth $10 or 10 cents and a half, 10 and a half cents. Whereas I started with 50 wax against $5, and now wax dropped down to whatever, what do we say, 1 cent. Now I might have like $1 or whatever, but paired against 100 or more wax. Or like, let's say I have $2, even though I started with 5, but 200 wax. So then I'd have a total of $4 in my liquidity pool, even though I started with 5, but opposed to the other strategy of just holding the wax without the counterpart, that is now only worth 10 cents. So it definitely cuts both ways, and it's definitely a little bit more complicated than that, but that's kind of the general overview. So what we're trying to do is not just this balancing equation of wax goes up, other token, is bought with wax, and then hopefully we can like make some return. But what we're doing is participating in incentivized liquidity. So here we're getting, for example, the biggest position we have in this wallet is Wombat and Wax, and we're getting our liquidity here where we have 63 wax against 2,000 Wombat tokens. Now, as Wombat tokens go up in value, we're going to end up with less Wombat tokens and more wax. But as Wombat tokens fall, we're going to end up with, more Wombat tokens, less wax. So if we look at the actual swap and see what is happening with Wombat tokens, let me click on this little icon to open the graph, and then we'll do wax and Wombat, which we already claimed our rewards here but haven't sold yet. But you can see over the last 30 days, the value of those tokens is down almost 30%, 28%. So that means we are losing wax and buying more Wombat tokens, but at the same time, we're earning 130 or whatever the percentage is paid in Wombat. So that is what we've claimed, and that's why we want to trade this back over into Wax. So I'm gonna do that right now. I've made about 5 Wax from this last week of this pool, and again, we started with only 100 Wax. So this 1 week of performance from this Wombat pool is going to be making us about as much Wax as we should expect to make in a full year of staking that Wax. So in that sense, this is definitely much more lucrative and making us a lot more Wax. You can see here the price flopped to 40% up. That is because I've flopped these guys. So you always want to see what it's denominated in Wax. So this will show you, you want Wax on the top if you're trying to look at the performance of a token. The other token we have is NFTV. That one's also, that one's sold off aggressively over the month, down 83%. This one also pays, I think, 300 something percent in APR. And we jumped into this pool, I think, sometime around like here or so, like much before, like it was 12 cents or something like that. We didn't do too much, and we kind of expected this because, you know, the distribution model of the NFTV token is to basically be paid out to people farming liquidity, and beyond that, the token utility case, like the sync for it, isn't live yet. And so the only thing people can do with it at the moment is sell it, and that's, you know, what we expect to see is the price continue to fall, or here, you know, price in NFTV token climbing. But even just from that week, we made half of a Wax here, 5, 6, and take a look. That's half of 1 Wax that we make on a position. Oh, I'm gonna sign this transaction. Network request failed. Weird. On a position that is a total of, so this is 2.7 Wax, so times 2, this is like 5.4 Wax. So we made 0.5 Wax on a 5 Wax position. That's almost 10% of the Wax we have committed to this pool that we're earning in 1 week of participating in that pool. So that's also why we're selling, is we want to recover our principal because we expect these prices to fall, and we want to not be exposed to that falling while we're also already exposed to the price action by being in the liquidity pool. So let me try this again. I'm not sure why it failed a second ago, but that's fine because there's no transaction cost to doing transactions on Wax. There we go. This time it didn't fail. So now we have 6 Wax, and let's do something with it. We currently have 66. So we have, like, you know, this amount. I think the other part we have that I haven't pulled up yet is NFT Hive. This wallet holds some. Let's see if I log in. This wallet holds some DFM1, and then to find this, we can come here and go to wallet. So this is a marketplace on NFT called NFT Hive, and we staked some Honey tokens here. So I think what we should do is, because Honey token is currently being incentivized, let's pull this, or let's pull whatever amount of this we need to create a counterpart for the Wax that we just earned. So 4.5 Honey is what we have, and we have 6 point something Wax. So let's take a look at what do we need in order to create a liquidity position for Honey Wax. And by the way, Honey Wax is incentivized. I can pull it up here. For some reason, this screen has been like freezing for me a couple times lately, but I can wait. Okay, here we go. So if I type in Honey, here it is. So Honey Wax is currently paying 63% APR. That's great. Like, we don't have to go for the thousands of percentages, as long as the tokens that we have aren't, you know, are worthwhile holding, basically. And we like Honey token. I was looking at that a while ago too, and I think I like that token up to like 1.4 or so Wax. I'm not 100% sure what it's currently trading at. So let's take a look. We go to the swap, and if this will load, and it will, it'll fucking load. So I'll go Wax, and then the other one will be Honey. And this. We can see, okay, it's a 1.7 wax right now. So higher than where our buy target is, which is great. And let's see, we had 4 point something. So if we had 4, that's 6 point. So we only have 6.1 wax. We want to see how much do we need for 6.1. 6.1, 3.5, let's call it. So I'm going to come back over here, unstake 3.5. And then you can see here the rewards token, by the way. These are all the tokens. Why did it not like that? Honey 3.5. These are all the tokens I'm earning for having the honey staked. So here we go. I send that transaction. That time it worked. I don't know. It was being finicky. So I still have 1 honey token staked. I'm still earning my cut of every drop that happens on NFT Hive. So anytime someone's paying for a drop on this marketplace using any token currency that they accept, a portion of that token currency gets paid out to the people staking honey token. Awesome. So I really like that, but I like to earn a little bit more honey. So let's do that this week. We're going to jump over here. Now that we've pulled the 3.5 out, I'm going to come over to, I guess I got to go to the meal and got to wait for this again because I can't get to the honey pool without getting to this. So bear with me. But my plan here is now to add the rewards from this week into this pool and then farm more honey tokens for next week. So next week we should be getting some taco token, some NFTV token, more wombat, and some honey tokens once we create this pool. So we'll go to honey, typed it in, there we go. I go to details and add, and then I'm going to toggle to put honey on top, which it already is. And there you go, 6.09, which I can cover with the wallet balance. And let's put that in there. So now, instead of sitting there earning a mixed bag of all the token rewards from the NFT Hive drops, which I could do the math on this and take a look at how much it's actually worth. I think a lot of these tokens aren't going to be worth my while to like claim and sell. I'm just going to let this keep piling up because I kind of like
having this from way previously. But Monosword just says you can buy 1 NFT NFG TV ticket for 4 NFTV token. So it's basically like soft tethered to the price. It's a quarter of the price of a ticket because that's like the arbitrage opportunity.
Oh, nice. That's good to know.
Then Uga is also saying honey was worth 9 wax each before the taco LP opened, and then it dumped hard. 4.5 now.
Oh yeah. Oh, taco was worth 9 wax. Damn.
He's saying honey was.
Oh, honey. Yeah, honey had a fucking crazy price history.
Oh, he's saying NFTV is 4.5 now, and honey is like 1.5 now.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah. I don't know. I still like honey, and I don't need it to be insanely high our APR, but 63% is pretty good. So like just from this pool right now, let's see. Oh, I deleted that. If I go to just the ones that have staked, we should be expecting, let's see how much we're making in here. Every day 0.012 honey. Not bad. Like we started again, we had like 4 point something. We took only wax that we earned from yield farming and are using that as a counterpart. Like this is a risk profile that makes sense to me. So now if we take a look really quick here, we have let's say 63. I'll pull up a calculator really quick so I can not have to do this in my head. Let's just take a look at how we've done with our wallet. We have 63 times 2 plus 6 plus 6, which is 12, plus what is that, 5, we'll say, equals, so this is 143 wax total, and then we have our 51 over here as well. So that is, let's just add that to plus 51. So we're at 194 wax, and it's been, I think, 6 or 7 months. So we're up about 94%, if you will, on our 100 wax initial position. And we've done that entirely by doing the stuff that we just walked through, like going, and again, only on stream. So now we're not going to do anything else with this wallet until next week, Tuesday. We'll take a look at how we did. We'll claim some rewards, and we might reshuffle or restructure some of those positions. But the idea is to show that you can participate in like, DeFi strategies on this blockchain and do so in a way that is beneficial and doesn't require understanding NFTs or marketplaces or anything beyond, trading tokens in your wallet or, using tokens in your wallet to participate in DeFi protocols. Like supplying liquidity is the main thing that we've been doing. But yeah, I think that kind of wraps up what we want to do this week with the Wax wallet. So to kind of recap real quick, I think the crypto market in general is showing us some mixed signals. The short-term timeline looks like we could see a decent pump still in the shorter time frames, while the longer time frame is still looking pretty bearish, especially on the weekly and beyond that time frame, and then especially also in the legacy markets like the SPY. To me, it looks quite overbought. It looks like the on balance volume has been drifting out despite the price kind of not drifting down with it. All of these things indicate kind of a bearish sentiment to me in the longer, bigger picture. So I would say my takeaway from our market analysis is we could see some pretty decent rallies here during the bear market, and I think a bear market rally could make it all the way to the top of these ranges. So we're looking at, for Ethereum, a price of like 2,000 is relatively easily still in the stars at the current range, but beyond that, I could see this market pump to like 2,500 again, while still being in a long-term bear market. So I think we are getting kind of early indications that we're getting kind of like a retest, like mid bear market kind of like rally here, while also not being fully convinced that the bear market has ended or is starting to end just yet. Using that kind of information, we then jumped over to our DeFi position. We cut our hedge down, so we're not hedged entirely 100 wax against USDT anymore, because we think in the relative short term there is rallying opportunities and the markets are going to be, potentially doing a bear market retest. And so we've kind of cut this down and gone into a little bit more aggressive yield farming strategies. We're currently split between 3 pools, with the lion's share still in the Wombat token. Wombat token is the token from Wombat Dungeon Master and the Wombat wallet. And I feel like that team has a pretty solid grasp on tokenomics. This token does not just trade on TacoSwap or Alcor, but also on Polygon blockchain, over at QuickSwap, also on Uniswap on Ethereum mainnet. So there is, big, deep liquidity well beyond what is available on Wax for these tokens. And then the token itself has, a project and a business around it that generates revenue and money and clients and all that stuff outside of just, Wax or a single game, which I kind of like that. So the Wax token
Also,
Wombat
their
pool's
business model is not just selling crypto to their audience. Like they have sources of income that isn't just relying on pack drops and selling more NFTs. Like they make their money through advertising through their app, which is a free app that mobile gamers play. And while crypto is connected to it, they're not reliant on the crypto market necessarily to continue to raise money outside of the industry. And that's kind of important, because if you saw how many projects just abandoned their projects during the bear market because all of their money was in crypto and they didn't have outside funding, they just lost money. So if you have if you have sources of income outside of crypto, it's a lot more secure of a project to invest in long term, because when the crypto market goes down, the entire project doesn't just collapse because all the money is tied up in crypto.
Yeah, exactly.
I do think Wombat's doing good things, on that end of stuff.
Yeah. Plus the cross chain stuff I think is really great. Just the fact that it doesn't require us to be, all in on a Wax thing where it's like, oh, there is trading volume happening. Like here, let's see if I go to Matic mainnet, for example. We can go on a different wallet too. Here we go.
Downloading itch right now.
Let's see what if I go to farms, let's see. There's got to be a search. Wombat, no. Oh, where's the Wombat? Let's see. If I do a trade for Wombat, it'll show me which farm it's using, I think. Let's do a swap. Matic into Wombat. Wombat token. There it is. And where is that? Oh, wait, I think the pool is USDC Wombat, actually.
We got people here too. Tomorrow we have our first ever sticker drop. We're doing a Neon Space sticker drop. 15 will be obtainable. We're trying not to use the word purchase for tax reasons. It's an internal note, but yeah, you can like use blend tokens to blend into them essentially, but only 15 are available through that. And if you'd like to do that, there's a form in our announcement channel on Discord. We will be running the race tomorrow to decide who wins the 15 blend token ones. So you have less than 24 hours to enter that if you'd like to get the first ever Neon Space sticker drop as an NFT VIRL redeemable. But if you miss the opportunity to do that, we are also selling 75 of them for fiat $3 a pop on Shopify. Shipping is included, so $3 flat. There might be tax as well. I don't know if the tax is included in there as well. There might be tax on top of it, but we're paying for the shipping, so shipping is included. They're hand signed by our artist Paul and hand numbered. So they're hand numbered, hand signed, and I believe there's 120. We ordered 100 and they sent us 20 extra, so we're only trying to make 100 of them. I'm guessing they sent us extras because we had a bunch of issues with it took us like weeks to friggin' get them to approve our friggin' the thing we sent them. The artwork wasn't working for printing, but
I'm trying to see the like liquidity for the Wombat token here, but I can't.
That'll be tomorrow. Though, if anybody is interested in the Neon blend token redemption for a sticker, I'll put a link to our Discord, which is technically cheaper than if you buy it with fiat because a blend token's worth like 60 cents or something. So 2 blend tokens is $1.20, and if we're selling them for $3, it's cheaper to get via the VIRL. So I assume if you're interested in it for fiat, you would also be interested in it in the blend. But we also appreciate anybody who wants to support us with fiat purchases because we essentially make no money on the blend token stuff. Like, we're just trying to find more utility for the Neon blend token.
Here we go.
I'm excited to have some VRL stuff though.
Let's see. Yeah, there's some decent liquidity here.
My last played on this was 2 years ago. I just downloaded Itch and it's uploading Dark Country. I forgot Dark Country is even a thing. Maybe I'll have to try that game again to sell my NFTs. But the update to Tour Station used to run through a web browser. I'm trying to play Tour Station right now. You have to download the game like it's now either a standalone installer, or if you get it on Itch, which Itch is kind of like the indie version of Steam, where I don't think it costs money to be on there. It'll automatically update as they push updates like Steam does with your games.
Oh.
If you're interested in playing Tour Station, I recommend downloading Itch and then downloading it there, because then you won't have to download a new installer every single time they do an update, which is what you're going to have to do if you're downloading the zip file on their website.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Nice. That's pretty sweet. But yeah, that's kind of like the main like overview here of what I wanted to talk about for the market. I do think it's, you know, volatility is definitely in the stars for the coming days and weeks. And personally, I think we could climb higher, but I don't think we've seen the bottom of the market just yet. So, you know, do with that information whatever you will. But yeah, let's see how it plays out. I'm really excited to see what the next FOMC meeting report will be bringing, and that it happens. Hold on, I'll tell you when the schedule is here. The next FOMC meeting is March 21st to the 22nd. So by March 22nd, we should have, you know, marching orders from the Federal Reserve about how they're going to address inflation with interest rates. And you know, interest rates have basically been going up every time the FOMC meetings happen. So every meeting they've been going up. And I'll say that's probably not going to slow down. If anything, it might speed up. And if it does speed up, I would see that causing the markets to kind of shake out a little bit more. So let's see.
That's like I'm in the game. Shit, that's not what we wanted to do. I was in the game, and you can sign into your wallet through the game. They also say that this game is available through the app stores. Like you can get this in the Apple Store. You can also get it in the Google Store. So I'm wondering if on your phone you can log into Tour Station through an Anchor wallet right now, because that's pretty dope.
Oh, that's dope. Hell yeah, that'd be cool as hell. You
I haven't
know,
tried
I use Wombat. Speaking of Wombat, I use Wombat Wallet on my phone with their Wombat app, and when I'm on my phone and I play stuff that says login with Anchor, it automatically looks for my Wombat wallet. So you can sign into shit with Wombat just by clicking login with Anchor.
figure out how to turn off the radio off.
Yes. Too loud. Prince Paradox. That's my bad.
Yeah, I was
But
aware
yeah.
that was gonna happen. But there's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, it's Wombat definitely works. sorry about your ears, Prince.
Oh, you can run around with WASD now. They also changed it so if you plug in an Xbox controller, it's mapped to the same controls as Stardew Valley through the Xbox.
Oh, what?
So they
Hell
added
yeah.
a like gamepad controller configuration, and that's why I was trying to click the move because that's how it used to work, and I'm like, it's broken, but now you can use your keyboard. It's like an actual game where you're running around with WASD.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Wombat definitely works with the Anchor wallet sign-in. So if you do have a Wombat wallet on your phone, you can probably log into a lot of stuff directly.
It would be nice if I could find a way to adjust the volume in this game. I'll do it from my taskbar.
Although the bummer was when I tried to do I downloaded the app for Realm, and it was like log in with Anchor, and it was like Anchor's not supported on the mobile. Like, fuck.
I thought Anchor does work on mobile. Or just not
Yeah,
for
but
Realm.
not for the Realm app. Yeah, it works on mobile for other shit.
So you can see here's me and my oh, what? There's a TV show. That's funny. Some guys like messing with the TV. But you can see here's my my $1 billion Yeller Belly. This is Mint 1. I was the first person to ever get the skin.
Oh hell yeah, dude! That one's dope.
Let's see if I can.
I like
show
that
off
you can show that all off on your like thing there.
Like
Like in
Space
the game.
Loading our stuff. Our stuff is also videos, so it takes way longer to load. But you can show our Valentine's NFT that dropped yesterday. Happy Valentine's. I think the nakeds look the best, though.
The nakeds do look the best for sure. Yes.
I like Grinch Stole Crypto. I believe that's still available if anybody wants one of those ones. The Not So Slender Man. That looks great.
Right.
I also like added the zoom, so you can zoom in and see that.
Oh hell yeah! Can you walk out of the room now and just leave the Slender Man there?
Yeah.
That's cool.
And if you want to go to the concourse, you walk into here.
Oh, I think how the Grinch Stole Christmas is one blend token. It's just a.
Should be 2.
No, that's a naked one. I think that's just one.
The naked one's definitely closed though. Like that wouldn't be the one that's still available. It'd be right the non-naked one, which is 2.
Oh, for some reason I thought the naked one was still up.
I mean, we can verify instead of arguing about speculation. This is 100% verifiable on the blockchain. Let's check.
Yeah, well, let me see.
I just don't want to give people false information about our collection. NFT blocks. But generally, the naked ones close immediately, and the non-naked ones are available, and those are the ones that cost 2.
Yeah, I think this naked one might still be open just because the shines got pulled. Like 4 got pulled on the first round, and then like the second round, the next one got pulled. So some of them were still open, I thought.
Let's check. Yeah, there's 25 left.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. I don't think
So
you can get
depending on what you want. These ones cost 2.
Those
There
cost
are
2. The
108
chances. Oh, if you get the super rare one of that, you get a fucking kick-ass little song that goes with it.
Yeah,
with my impression of the Grinch laugh.
I actually haven't
It's
checked.
pretty spot on.
We should check if any of these are left in the pool. I assume all the shines have been pulled, or
I think
people
all
will
the
be getting
shines got
switched on.
pulled. That's yeah.
FTX, man.
It's one blend token, which I guess if you don't have a blend token, you can just blend 2 commons from our collection into that, or you can purchase a blend token as
All these have
neon
been pulled.
currency.
June got 2 of them.
So it's 10.57 wax would be the cost of that.
And here's yeah, that's the neon rarity. I do the music. Max does the 3D. He makes the city, and then Paul, our artist who signed the stickers we're selling tomorrow, he does the 2D graphic design. That's it.
Which it says the mobile version of Tourist Station has virtual controls too. Hell yeah. That's fucking awesome.
You got the neon space hat on? The fucking G. Nothing but a G thing. Let's see if I can put on my hat. Neon space hat or get the fuck out.
Yeah, baby. I still don't have the rainbow sword. Oh, but if you are in Tourist Station, there's also some neon space.
Yeah, there we are.
Hanging up in the.
Oh, what? You have the sword too? Let's see if I can get a weapon.
I have a glow stick. It's just a green sword.
I guess he doesn't put the bar in his hand. Burger?
Do you have the glow stick too, or no?
I feel like I opened one of those. I think I got the Ravers instead of the glow stick.
Oh, okay.
I've got Astro Fungi. I didn't even know that was in my wallet.
Damn, you got a lot of cool shit. You could be eating French fries.
I've been collecting their stuff for a minute.
Yeah.
The food I don't think works in the zone. Like the food spawns in the other zone when you click on it, but when I clicked on it, I didn't see it show up anywhere.
Oh, that's dope. There's 2 of you guys wearing the neon space hats.
I can turn on the club music. Or not. I just turn the music.
You see those little signs on the top right corner? There's like a little neon space corner in the club. Hell yeah. Part of the metaverse.
Oh, what?
Is he dancing?
Am I throwing stuff to him? What's happening?
It looks like, yeah, something.
Yes.
Who is that? Who's that other guy with the neon space hat?
That might be Mono Suerte.
I think it
Probably
might
whoever's
be.
talking to chat with us right now.
Yeah, I think that's Mono Suerte. Oh no, Mahala.
I get people's wallets mixed up. It is Mono Suerte.
It's Mono Suerte, yeah. Mono Suerte.
I'm like Rain Man when it comes to wax wallets. You drop a wax wallet on the ground, I can tell you who owns it. I can tell you how many toothpicks you drop.
I can tell you what that wallet collects. Yeah.
I didn't notice these wizard dudes over here. Maybe that's the burger I spawned.
Can you still do the soccer stuff or was that just for during the World Cup?
Looks like it's blocked off.
Oh, somebody crashed into it. Huh.
Let's see what else is going on here.
Cool. What else is in the city beyond the club?
These are also roped off. Got a fountain. Spatial audio. When you get closer, it gets louder too. Cool.
Nice.
What does this give me a ticket? Oh no, this allows you to redeem your tickets here. So you can redeem your NFT Gamer TV tickets in this game.
Oh, that's cool. What do they redeem for?
That's their prizes. They give away tickets, and they have a smart contract for the prize wallet. You don't get to choose what prize you get, and RNG selects your prize. That's how they do giveaways at NFT Gamer TV.
Oh, that's actually super dope.
It's super dope until a project reg pulls and they have 100 NFTs in the contract, and then people are pulling out dead NFT prizes, which happens all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
If projects last longer than 6 months on Wax, it's like not an issue, but fortunately,
well, Prince Paradox wants those. He says dead NFTs only.
TD's been cool about it though. If you pull a dead NFT and you tell him, he'll just send you another ticket. But it still is definitely like not ideal. Well, this is just dark and shady. I don't want to be in here.
Yeah, careful, you can get fucking like eaten.
There's a blue wizard. Look out, he might scam you. Nostalgia Geek also is from NFT Gamer TV. He runs their Discord. He wanted us to make him a neon sign like this.
Oh, Uga said he'll also hook you up if that happens. You pull a dead thing, just message him and he'll hook it up. Nice. This game is really cute. I agree. I really like this. It's like a passion project too for the creators, which is like, I love that. I feel like this is gonna be cool. It's also grown a lot since we first saw it. So like this whole area wasn't
just the bedroom when we first started. This entire zone's new. Also, there was no app. It was only an in-browser app. There's no WDSD controls. Like a lot of quality of life stuff has been built, even though like, yeah, I don't know. It's still super early. There's not really a game. It's more of a tech demo, but I like the team. Also, you don't really have to pay much to play this. Like if you own any one NFT from the entire project, actually, I don't even know if that's a thing anymore. You might just be able to run in for free, but it used to be you just needed to own one NFT, and I'm pretty sure you can buy like the cheapest thing on their floor for like a wax less than wax. So like, if you want to play, there's really not that big of a barrier for entry, but there's also not that much to do in the game. So I understand why like tons of people aren't buying into it. But they said they want to make it like a mix between Stardew Valley and The Sims, which I love Stardew Valley. Stardew Valley. I was gonna say Animal Crossing, but Animal Crossing is pretty much the same thing as Stardew Valley. I'm a big fan of Stardew Valley. I've been playing a bunch of Dinkum, which is a similar style game, and I also played a bunch of Animal Crossing. So those all are like in the genre of games I very much enjoy playing. So I'm excited about this. These are the same team. They built the 3D for Nova Rally, so they're working in the space or helping other creators for what I assume is not enough money. Like I don't know what Sammy is paying them, but it can't be enough. Like I'm pretty sure they're being very kind because like they've also done work for us and not charged us. Like we needed help in Neon City. We paid someone hundreds of dollars. It took them months. They did nothing. They did what that guy did for us for free in like 30 minutes when we asked them about it. Like,
yeah,
nice guys, super helpful to wax creators. Really just want to see cool shit built on wax. They're not cash grabbing. They're not doing a bunch of sales. Pretty much all the NFTs you get, like if you own one of their pins, they distribute all the new drops to people that own the pins for free. So like most of the stuff you see in my wallet, I just got for holding like one of the pins. So the pins are a little more expensive, and also like I wouldn't expect to earn money on this stuff ever. Like, just if you want to own it, but like to the people that did buy their stuff, like they just keep giving you more and more stuff just for like being involved, and they aren't asking for money. So again, it's like very much a passion project. They are actually building something before kickstarting and doing a bajillion pack sales for $1 million. Like they're not doing it that way. They're building it and not doing a lot of sales. And then to the people that do support them, which is a very small community, they give a lot back to them and they don't continue to ask for more money. So they're doing stuff right. They also are focusing on gameplay, not fun. They're like, we're not advertising our game as a play to earn ever. We're not going to have a token you can dump. The point of this game is not to just like Ponzi ROI. It's to create something that's fun and sustainable. So like I really appreciate that mindset. Not enough people build that mindset on Wax. Almost everybody's like, how do I get rich as quickly as possible? And that's a Ponzi scheme is the answer to that. And that's what everybody's launching. So the fact that they're just like, yeah, we want no part of that. We're just going to do the complete opposite, I think is great. So they're one of the teams I would really like to support and promote on Wax because they've been great to us as creators and then also great to their community as someone that's involved in their community. So
yeah.
Can't say enough good things about Tournament.
Great all around.
Here, let me do the website for you, Prince Paradox. You said, how do I play this game?
Let's see.
So
Which pin?
I believe one asset from like any of the cheapest assets from here. And then the website to like download the game is here. But if you download Itch is like Steam, but it's just like a third-party Steam game aggregator where you can download installers. If you download Itch, you can just search Itch. Nova Rally is also on Itch. So if you're playing Nova Rally, that's where you get your updates. And also,
Nice.
while we're at it, let's end our stream with a giveaway for
Yeah.
this game. We have a bunch of stuff to give away for their project because they're awesome and they give us stuff to give to our community. So, shouts out to the tourist station team. Shout out to their families.
Shout out to his family. Oh man, I got to reach out to my neighbor here in Shadow Realm. It looks like they're kicking their shit up into gear.
Can you see my screen right now? You can, right?
Yes.
I think I fixed this. This was active, and I think every time you logged in, it was deleting. Like I had to go change from default to retrowave. So now I think when we log in, it should stop resetting it, and we'll get the accurate. But I was wondering why, like every fucking time we logged in, it was switching from retrowave to another one, and I think it's because of this. But we'll see next time we log in if we have the same problem.
Yeah.
Which that was not an issue when we were using OBS and not Streamlabs, because like the thing that you're using your webcam through is connected to this. Like you can change this within that. So just logging in, I think, is automatically changing it. That's also an internal note for Max. I'm sure the audience has no fucking idea what we're talking about, but let's do a giveaway.
You changing it there should change it on my end too, because we log into the same thing.
That's my hypothesis, but we'll find out tomorrow. Find out tomorrow if it's fucked up again. Oh yeah, also tomorrow we're streaming with T Davis for NFT Gamer TV. We'll be doing that at 11 a.m. Pacific time. It's 2
If
hours
you want to see
before.
us tired,
Yeah, I'm gonna be tired as shit. And then we're streaming at 1 p.m. Pacific time, which is the time we streamed today. Approximately, I think we started a bit late, but we'll be streaming, and then on our stream we'll be doing the marble race to decide who can get the stickers. And then at 2:15, our store will open to do purchases for stickers with fiat. So we'll be promoting that tomorrow on NFT Gamer TV, our own stream, and then in the evening at 8 p.m. Pacific time, we'll be on Burst of Energy stream. So we'll be kind of making the rounds tomorrow to promote our sticker drop. And we would appreciate it if you watched or if you want to purchase a sticker. We really appreciate the support. But I also get if you don't like stickers, like I was not a sticker collector before I entered the space really. So I get it's not what everybody wants. So I'm excited to see how it goes. And also, I guess, like, just spitballing, like, stickers, if you're new to us, is not the end game. We're trying to make pins eventually, and then we'd also like to make, like, a lava lamp-sized desk neon signs, like LED lights. But essentially, we're starting with stickers because we've never done physical inventory before, so we have to figure out all the infrastructure. Like, we have to sign up for a PO box. There's just a bunch of stuff you don't think about. Like, we don't want to ship stuff from our apartment directly because then everybody who buys stuff from us has our home address, which is kind of sketchy. So we're going to get a PO box to ship from for our business and other stuff like that. And like how much inventory to order, because if we order too much inventory, it's not like an NFT where we can just burn it and then we get the RAM back. It costs us money to print this shit. So if we print the wrong number, we're losing money. So there's stuff we have to balance as a business when moving into the physical space. So we're starting with stickers, but eventually we're hoping to have cooler stuff like neon signs, and also I think pins would be dope, like the Disney style pins, but just like of our artwork, like rectangle pins that you can stick that have. And then eventually we'd like it so you can like pull that stuff out of packs. So if you buy a pack from us, you can redeem it like Funko. But one step at a time, we're starting with releasing previously made artwork and then letting people blend into it, neon blend tokens instead of releasing new artwork that way. But eventually we'd like to make it there.
Yeah, we'll get there. It's not trying to blow our load all at once here, but it'd be fucking dope as hell in the future to like rip a pack and pull like a physical neon sign that I can put on my desk. Like this.
Should we give away the rainbow sword?
What was that?
Rainbow sword should we give away?
Oh hell yeah, dude. That's such a cool one.
We'll give away this rainbow sword, which you can hold in your hand when you're breathing.
Yeah, exactly. Like walk around and it leaves like a trail, like a tracer, like a rainbow tracer. This one's pretty dope.
Let's do critter.
Tourist station.
Do I not have Crittercraft on here? Grubfish, that's why. I don't have that either, though. Damn it. I'll have to pull that for a different one, but wow, their SEO is not great.
Oh yeah. That's true. Crittercraft is kind of a.
I'll be right back. Gaz, a long ass time ago, DM'd me. Like he turned the Neon Space Saw into Like we have a special URL for our Crittercraft, but it's saved on my computer that we're not using right now. So now I need to like scroll through our DMs. There we go. I found it. No, wait, that's Scotty. Because he made one for blockchain brawlers as well.
The Neon Saw.
I think he posted our Discord. Let me see if I can find it. But then we will do our giveaway. Sorry for the slowness, everybody.
Let's see.
Dude, fucking Discord has been all fucked. Like, I can't search for users within Discord anymore. What is going on?
It hates us.
Unless Gaz is just not in our Discord anymore. No, like, I can't even search for your name. I don't know. Fuck it. We'll just do it without the Neon Space logo. I'll have to find that another day. But
yeah, we'll do it live.
So I know the website's just crittercraft.io.
Yeah. That is
Grubfish.
It says Grubfish.
We'll do it live. Fuck it.
Yeah, I'll also have to get the. It is kind of nice not using two computers, though. To be honest, like it was a bitch setting up that second computer every day because it's like there's not room on my desk for it to be permanently set up. So it was like every fucking damn setting up and then breaking down that computer. Exclamation point play if you'd like to join this tour station giveaway. Let's hit him with a sound cue.
It's time!
Thanks for watching, everybody. It's been a fun stream. I know this is quite the lengthy one for like 3.5 hours, but this is the only web show I know that will passionately debate about donuts and then go in-depth analysis of crypto markets. Find me another podcast that does both. We have a very weird niche we're trying to find now. Are you into rating food and then also technical analysis? Join Neon Space. Like collecting like Simpsons toys and then also talking about inflation. Check out Neon Space.
Yeah, baby. It's a little something for everybody.
I mean, it's our interests, so we're interested in this stuff. I can't guarantee other people are, but
I will say this: like when I was doing like tech talks almost a year ago now, I was talking about like as part of the tech talk back then, I used to do like a quick overview of like different DeFi protocols that I liked. And I kind of ventured away from that because I think a lot of the audience wasn't really interested in doing DeFi themselves. So it wasn't really, there's not really a point in me explaining like, oh, here's a cool protocol you could participate in on Ethereum if nobody has any interest in doing DeFi on Ethereum. But I have been interested in that. And those protocols that I showed off like over a year ago, I'm still like deeply involved with. And
I still think you should start making YouTube videos again. Like,
yeah,
like to me that makes more sense as a YouTube video than like a stream, like explaining how you're using those protocols and stuff, because they are pretty complex, and also there are people interested in it. It just might be a different audience than the people watching our stream.
Yeah, that's true.
But I would like to get back into making YouTube content. I mean, I was editing it what you shot, but you just stopped shooting stuff, so I have nothing to edit.
I can start shooting stuff again. I do want to get into like the DeFi stuff like that, because I think that stuff does need its own little overview, and I'm really into that stuff. Like I can explain to you why I'm excited about it.
Like not everybody's trying to listen to a 2-hour stream to get through the information. So like having stuff that's more edited is nice as far as like, but
I just break it down into like, here's like different protocols. Like let's talk about Compound, let's talk about Curve, and then like those could be 2 separate videos.
It's just a lot of work. Also, like, we do a lot of different shit. You can only do so much stuff.
Yeah. We got a purple tail.
We could start working more on that content. I also think like we're trying to make stuff for Wax tools, but there's not as big of an audience for that, which I do think there'd probably be a bigger audience for Ether DeFi protocols, like outside of making like Wax DeFi videos, which is a very, very niche audience. Like,
yeah, that's true. Even like
audience is watching our stuff, which is why I'm saying like those videos might get hits and might get traction for Neon Space, just not to our current audience. But that's how you expand your audience to new people. So I'm not like totally opposed to like trying to bring other people into our Twitch by like advertising on YouTube that we know shit about crypto and other chains.
yeah. I swear to you, got sliced down before it let you explode. Sorry.
Damn, people are pretty dodgy today. Right when I said that.
Like, everyone's
Almost
clustered, dude.
Those two people are on top of each other. They're screwed. Like, oh wait, now they're breaking up. Oh,
there goes. Oh, it's not where you want to be spinning.
1v1.
Oh,
Oh,
oh, no way.
IV4 NOV 007.
Damn, you've done it.
Edged him out there.
That was savage. I should have joined, man. I got a red tail.
And
with my
I
red.
believe IV4 NOV is new. If you're new, we have a form you need to fill out so we get your prize wallet so we can distribute the prizes after the stream. Let me pop that up for you in 1 second. Marble prize.
You got it, or should I post it?
If you just type !form. But I also saw I saw you asking like earlier, like, oh, I had no idea how like no one's ever told me how the voting and the proxies and all that stuff works. Every Tuesday we go over this information. We're primarily a wax brand, so we focus on wax, but we do kind of venture. Like for a minute, we were venturing into Harmony, do some stuff on Ether and Polygon. So like we occasionally will talk about projects and other chains, but we're mainly wax. So if you are interested in kind of learning about technical behind the scenes stuff, like consider following our Twitch. And we did it on Thursday today, but normally it's every Tuesday. We've been doing it every Tuesday for almost a year now. Like we're coming up close to like a year of doing.
Definitely,
longer for a year.
You have like specific things that you want to know about. Definitely, like join and ask. You can derail this stream, and we'll dive deep into whatever.
Other things we cover what the audience wants to hear. So like, if you have questions about stuff, we'll dive into as deep as you want to hear. Probably deeper than you want to hear about it. If you
like I wasn't planning on.
We're going to go deeper than you want, whether you like it or not. To be honest,
yeah. So. We weren't planning on going into staking at all, but like, yeah, there's a lot of depth to the staking mechanics on wax that aren't super obvious. So that was a nice thing to dive into. So I always forget, like, I don't know, I'm a little like, what is it called? Like jaded or something. Like I have done this so much for like years and years and years that like I forget how complicated this shit is. So it's like, oh yeah, it's like, oh, we'll just apply liquidity to the liquidity pool. You know, we'll just do this yield farming strategy, as if like yield farming was some sort of like, you know, baseline financial strategy that everybody understands.
The other thing is we've been on wax now for like over, I think about 2 years, right? 2021.
Yeah, it'll be 2 years. I think 3 in
2 years, like starting the month. So we're not like the first people that found wax, but we're definitely somewhat early adopters. And not only are we early adopters, we're interested in like, I don't know, we come from the chain from every aspect, because like some people come to wax and they just collect NFTs. We mint NFTs and we understand how to like run a project from like the blockchain explorer, and like we had to figure out how to do all that stuff, which like your average user doesn't necessarily know how to do. And then on top of that, Max is super into DeFi, so we figured out kind of like all the DeFi protocols on wax and the governance and all that stuff. So like we're pretty well rounded as far as like, I don't know. Max is very into DeFi and I'm very into gaming. So with our experience combined, and then we both kind of dabble in collecting. So we're pretty well rounded as far as like knowing stuff about the wax blockchain in general. So if you'd like to
into crypto for a long time. Like I started mining Bitcoin in like 2013, 14. Yeah, almost 10 years ago now. So
no neons. I like the Mark the Narc neon too because of the friggin' song. Let's see if I can pull that one up.
Oh yeah, the song is great.
Oh shit, this is the wrong one. Mark the Narc. I can also tell you if there's any in the pool. You might be blending into something that doesn't exist. Actually, it's mint on demand, so that's not how it works.
Yeah, it exists.
Or no, this one's pre-minted. This one's 100% pre-minted. And there are 11. Wait, no. I think they might be 100%. Like, there's none of these left. So if you're blending into this, you're not going to get a neon. Wait, we would know. 11, 14. Doing the math. Yeah, I think that's all 25. I don't think there's any left. So if you're trying to get a Mark of the Narc neon, you are blending into something that doesn't exist. This song's
I'm telling on you. I'm telling on you. I'm telling on you. I'm telling on you.
It's my beautiful voice singing.
Yeah.
I can hardly sing.
I stopped mining Bitcoin in 2018, but I still mine proof of stake currencies. Like I'm a big fan of Decred. I mine like some stake mine some Ethereum, like through Lido protocol, stuff like that.
That's
like
also how
liquid
we got
staking.
into Wax in general. I was the one who found Wax out of our
Yep.
team because Mark hit me to mining Banano, or folding, they call it, because you're technically like, you're using your computer to process like scientific calculations for people studying research stuff, and then they're just paying you Banano for helping them. You're not like directly running Banano because it's a proof of stake network. But yeah, I got into it through Crypto Monkeys, or like mining Banano, and then I saw they were advertising Crypto Monkeys through mining Banano, and I was like, oh, this must be what an NFT is. And your wallet, when you have a Banano wallet, each one has a unique like generated monkey with different attributes. So I was like, oh, maybe I can get a profile picture of my wallet. That would be cool. I don't really like have a use for NFTs, but also like I have no use for Banano. I'm kind of just doing this for fun. So like maybe I can turn the shitcoin into some NFTs. And then it was like, oh, like our NFTs are not on Banano, they're on Wax. I was like, I don't know what the fuck that is. But then they were like, play this game called Alien Worlds and you get them for free. And I was like, free is my price range for trying to get pictures of monkeys. I'm not trying to pay thousands of dollars like some of these people out here buying crazy fucking NFTs. That was before Bored Apes took off though. So I can't even really say like the Bored Apes. That wasn't like CryptoPunks for the hype, because I don't think Bored Apes took off until we got into Wax. Because you could buy Bored Apes for like $100 January 2021 or whatever. Like the year we got into Wax was like, because Irish was telling us to buy Bored Ape shit, and that was when they were like, when he was telling us to buy them, they were like, that stuff was all in the thousands of dollars, and then like went up like 50 to 100x from where he told. But
yeah, went up to like $500,000.
Total fucking all of that aside, we got into Wax from mining Banano. So
yeah,
I like folding Banano.
It's still mine.
We live in Los Angeles, so there's like 2 months a year it's cold in our apartment, and mining, like my room's always hot, so I don't really like to mine in the summer because it's just like you turn up your air conditioning and offset the mining, and it's like not really an effective use of energy.
Yeah. So like now that's why I shifted to stake mining, and then I got more into DeFi because of that too. Because it's like I like to I love the passiveness of the mining, but I hate the heat and the noise and the electricity cost and all the upkeep and all that. But like doing DeFi strategies is a lot more like, like for mining Decred, for example, that's a once every 3 weeks. I make like a 5-minute effort, and then that's it.
Not financial advice, but if you do the math on like pretty much any network that's ever existed, if you spent the money on mining equipment for the currency, you would make more money buying the currency. Like, as far as like,
I bought a miner back in the day, an Antminer S3. It cost me, I think, like $350, and at the time, I could have bought like 1.5 Bitcoin for that much money. I mined with that thing for almost 2 full years, and I made a little over 1 Bitcoin of actual SHA-256 mining. That's just with that miner. I also was mining with like graphics cards on like other card. That was actually much more lucrative. But yeah, SHA-256 hash mining Bitcoin hasn't been like a viable thing. Even when I got into it, it was already like I would have been better off just buying Bitcoin straight. Which I did that too.
It might have even been Adrian from Wombat. I was talking to somebody about like early days where they're like, yeah, like I invested. They're like, oh no, it was the CEO of, and I also was not talking to this person. This was an interview I watched. I do not know the CEO of Kraken, but he was on an interview and he said like when Bitcoin came out, he spent like $100,000 on mining equipment. And he's like, if I would have spent $100,000 on Bitcoin, I'd be like the richest. Like I wouldn't be making Kraken. I would be retired right now. He's like, so he's like. And he's like, I learned early on, and he's like, you kind of see that pop up for every new currency. Like the hardware price gets jacked up and everybody hypes into that. And then the currency price crashes after you paid more for the hardware. So then you're like mining something that's worth less and less while the hardware gets devalued. And so you're like, fighting to get back to breaking even when if you would have just bought the token, like the token appreciates in
Yeah.
value.
Damn, Prince Paradox says he put 10K into Bitcoin in 2010. So that's probably like $10 million today. Probably more than that.
Kraken
Actually,
guy is a great spokesperson for crypto too. Like he talked about NFTs and he was talking about like he's like, yeah, I was selling World of Warcraft accounts and like he's like, I don't know. It also just like his way to explain like not everybody can sign up for a bank. He's like, yeah, like not everybody can sign up for a bank. Anybody can sign up for a crypto wallet. Like the access to this, like when you're a 15-year-old, like you can't safely sell video game stuff. But if you had a crypto wallet, like I don't know.
Yeah.
He makes
I mean,
very good points and like
perfectly.
he's very eloquent. So I think he's a good spokesperson, even though like I don't really love Kraken as an exchange and I don't use it very often. I do think the CEO, I think his name is Jesse, is like a very well-spoken crypto enthusiast.
I remember Mount Gox. That was the first place I also like found and traded Bitcoin, but I got hosed in the
Magic
Mount
the
Gox.
Gathering online exchange. It's
Yeah,
a huge
Magic
part of
the
it.
Gathering, baby. I used to trade on TCG Trader though, not on Mount Gox. So for my actual Magic
Bitcoin was
cards.
also used to pay StarCraft tournament winners back then. It was
Yeah,
also
TCG
used
Trader. There you go.
poker. I feel like those were the three main uses. Was like esports, poker, and Magic were sort of like the original use cases of Bitcoin. And pizza, if you're the Bitcoin pizza guy, but that was sort of like a more rare occurrence than like the standard occurrence. My buddy started a waffle truck in Bellingham, Washington, and he accepted Bitcoin, and people are paying like this is before I knew you were into Bitcoin, Max. This is like way early, and people were paying like Bitcoins for waffles. Like if he would have held that shit, he'd be rich as fuck. But he was running a business. He sold all the Bitcoin for cash because it was like it was payment.
Yeah.
He was just thought the technology was cool and was accepting it. But like I bet if you go look through his ledger of like all the waffles he sold for Bitcoin and then sold into cash now, it's probably like, God damn it, I should have held on.
Man. I mean, I remember buying like pot and stuff back in like the day where it was like, you know, like 0.7 Bitcoin or something for like 2 ounces of weed.
So some people are like people that use the early dark web like could have bought houses with the money they used to buy weed.
Oh yeah, easily. There's like, yeah, it's definitely wild. Like, coulda, woulda. I don't know. I mean, Prince Paradox did it right. Cashed out once he made 190K profit. I mean, there's no stretch of the imagination that could make that into a bad move. Like, even though you could have made more, whatever. Like you made 20x what you started with. Like,
yeah, but the equal is like people don't think about opposite FOMO when they think about FOMO. Every action has an equal opposite reaction. If you can make 100% profit, you can also lose 100%. So locking in gains is never a bad thing because as much as you can make, that's not totally true because 0 is a certain distance from where you are. So at a certain point, you can't go past 0 and you could keep going up. But like when people are like, oh, it could 10x, it's like it could also negative 10x. Like the equal is also true. And like people don't, that same FOMO doesn't kick in on the opposite end, the fear of like the opposite of missing out, whatever that holding while collapses. And people don't really think about that. But like, I don't know. I feel like I mean, you can't really go past 0 in crypto. Like, I don't owe someone money if Bitcoin becomes worth less than $0 or whatever. Like, you can't make me pay you for holding an asset. That doesn't make any sense. I do understand in theory something you go past 0, but like in practice, you're never going to owe someone money for holding a cryptocurrency, which would be what would happen if it goes past 0.
this is also a beta. But this is a beta Mox Pearl.
Oh, what? That's crazy. In my city, there's a bakery that accepted Bitcoin like 5 years ago. They had a PC just for that, and I decided to pay. They told me that they were not taking Bitcoin anymore because it got stolen. Especially like if they were doing it early, like they probably lost so much money in Bitcoin. Here, let me pop Max's screen solo style. I think the focus might be fucked up from the light. I think your light is pulling focus. I don't know. I don't know why like Streamlabs works worse than StreamYard, but for whatever reason, your focus has been fucked up ever since we switched.
This is a nice quality one
I think
too.
UI says, "Holy shit, stop touching it."
beta, dude. This is fucking black border, fucking. I got one more, dude. Check this one out.
Is that a Black Lotus?
It is a Black Lotus, a beta Black Lotus.
I don't even know what a Black Lotus is. I just like saw a black flower, so I assume that's what it was. It's no White Lotus, the TV show on HBO. You know what I just learned when
Those are by far my two best cards in here.
I made a joke about Uncle Rico in our chat because somebody was making a joke about voting for Napoleon Dynamite when it came to validators, and I learned that Uncle Rico from Napoleon Dynamite he's like the bald dude in White Lotus, which I never connected that.
Yeah. Yeah, he is, dude. Uncle Rico. That's true. Let's see. Where's anything else that's like worth anything close to those? Not in this deck.
White Lotus is also a
Yeah.
hacker, Mr. Robot. Max did like a 3D Mr. Robot season opening. We could probably find that on YouTube, right?
Yeah, I did. It's like a 360 Mr. Robot. They played it at Comic-Con. Had like a crazy line too. People fucking waited forever to see it.
Before we got into NFTs and stuff, Max was a visual effects artist in the music or the film industry. 360.
Find me on IMDb.
Do you remember which one it is? Is it this one?
Let's see. Yeah, it's like the one where Yep, that sounds about right. Let's see. It was like in between two seasons, I think. Yeah, this is it. I did all of these shots.
So Max worked on
the whole ceiling is fake. This is all in like that's obviously not there. The lights and all that stuff. And then it gets really tricky when the camera's moving. I mean, I can tell you where to look if you want to see where it's fucked up.
Did they go on like a Ferris wheel or something? Or is that a different thing you worked on? Nope, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, they're on a Ferris wheel too. This is also done in stereoscopic 3D, so there's two versions of this, one for the left and one for the right eye. And making that comfortable to look at, oh god. This was a real challenge. Especially trying to film stereoscopic stuff when you're this close to your subjects, it's just like nuts. But let's see. There's a part where they're walking on like the Coney Island boardwalk too, where it's just like it's definitely the camera's moving and everything. I don't know. It was tricky.
What is the angle of separation? 5 degrees? Do you mean between the cameras, or I don't even know what that question's asking?
But the way that one is done is like you have like extremely wide angle cameras, and then you set them like basically ocular distance apart. Like you'd have like 2 or 3 inches between like two GoPros with like special lenses that are maybe like 210 degree like fish eyes, and then you basically are able to like film in 2 directions at once. Or I think that rig was filming in like 4 directions. So 4 directions times 2 cameras in each direction. And then you basically would create one stitch of 4 camera rig with plenty of overlap, since each camera is like, let's say 140 to like 180 degree field of view. And then you'd use that overlap to kind of like find where those things stitch and create a like full spherical lat long image of the thing. And then once you have that, you do that a second time, and then you have to make the stereo comfortable. It's really difficult because almost always this shit was filmed with like GoPros and like cameras that you don't do that kind of, like, you're not gonna have the data basically like if one of your GoPros has a different exposure than the other, that's going to make it very painful in stereoscopic, like if one of your eyes is exposed and the other one is not. So that definitely had a bunch of fucking stuff, especially because they were shooting outside quite a bit, not just for that scene. That first shot though, where they're in the apartment, those were actual like studio cameras, and that was a different challenge because studio cameras are so big you can't put 2 of them next to each other in the same distance that your eyes would be apart. So that one was shot just in mono, so like with 4 cameras, and then the stereo, like the 3D effect was like a conversion post process, which the way you do that is complicated, but it works. It's a lot of effort. But that shot specifically, that first one there in the Mr. Robot one, I had done like the bidding for that at the front end when they first were shooting it. I was telling them how much it would cost to do the work and how quickly I could do it. I was like, I can do this shot in 2 weeks for this amount of money. And then they ended up going with a different VFX vendor whose name I shouldn't say, I guess, because in like basically 3 days or so before Comic-Con, they called me back and were like, can you still do this? Because we just got our stuff back from our vendor and it looks like they couldn't figure out how to do the fucking ceiling. And like we can't air this. And they're just like, oh yeah, I mean I can, but obviously the launch date doesn't move, so now I only had like 3 days to do that whole shot, which it was like 1 minute and 40 seconds of continuous shot with camera motion, and another character enters and then walks all the way around. Like it was a really tricky shot to do that quickly, and so I spent like 3 full days just like busting that shit out and making it work, which was really frustrating because ultimately they got like we charged a lot more for that than I had initially bid. And the initial bid, I would have been able to do that work at my leisure for 2 weeks, been like comfortable, made good money. But instead I had to like, spend late nights, 3 days in a row, like busting this shit out at a way higher rate. And then the next project that this fucking production company got, I made them another bid, told them what it would cost and explained how to do the work. And they fucked off and went to another vendor again. And then when they came back in the 11th hour again, I was like, fuck you, I'm not doing this. And I stopped working with them. But that kind of scenario ends up being why I don't like working in visual effects anymore anyway. It's like you can literally like hero who saves the whole production, and then like next production with the same people working at it comes along and they have a new budget, and they approach you on the front end, and you're like, here's like a fair price for this work, and it gives me 2 months of work and I don't have to like bust ass. And they're like, oh great, we'll just take what you told us and go to someone else who will underbid you and then do a shitty job, and then we'll just come back and have you fix it. And it's like, no, that's not what I'm trying to do. So I don't know, it was really frustrating, but I was excited because like I said, I worked my ass off to make that work. I finished rendering that I think like 12 hours before Comic-Con started. And then I went to bed, obviously. I was fucking beat. And by the time I woke up, I saw like people sending me pictures of like a 2-hour line around like the outside block of where they were showing that at Comic-Con. So I was like, yes, that's fucking cool. People are waiting in line to see something I busted ass on. And obviously like I still see a bunch of problems with it, but like people who watch it once in like a context of like this big convention, aren't going to see those issues. And it was really fun.
Yeah, I thought it looked pretty good, but I'm not looking for mistakes.
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's fun. Like it's cool to work on that kind of stuff. It's like high profile. But as far as high profile stuff goes, I feel like working with what was it? It was, I feel like less high profile, but just more personally, I like Paul McCartney. So working on his music video is way more fucking fun. Just because it's like, oh, this is like a song I would listen to, and this is like a fun video, and I don't know. Or like I really liked working on, although the production was a total clusterfuck, but working on Mad Max Fury Road, that was cool because like I love that like post-apocalyptic like look and just the Mad Max world and stuff. So like or working on the SpongeBob movie, fuck yeah, dude. That was my shit, dude. I love SpongeBob, and I got to do a bunch of stuff that like is in the movie that is 100% shit that I just did at my computer, and I was like, I don't know, that kind of thing's cool. Or
I also got to see that at the fucking like on the studio a lot because you got to invite guests. So I got to see one of your plus 2 or 3, whatever you got to go see. So I got to go see the SpongeBob movie premiere at the studio a lot with like the cast and crew that made it. They had like, like the people working on the movie. Pretty much everybody there had worked on the movie except like the guests.
Oh no, never mind. That was a different one. Yeah, but that was fun. I also did that for the Star Trek Into Darkness movie, and the people who we were at the screening with at the Paramount lot were the orchestra that played the score. and I like ended up sitting next to a woman, and she was like, "Oh, what did you do on this one?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I was doing like visual effects like for this and this." And then she's like, "Oh, that's so cool." I was like, "What'd you do?" And she's like, "I played the harp." I was like, "That's fucking nuts! Like that's so badass." Like I played the harp in Star Trek. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely it's fun when it's fun when it's fun, but it's also like an intense ass industry. People fuck your shit up. Lewis is playing Cryptia right now. BT dubs.
I like this game. Let's see. But I can play this off stream. I was just doing it while you're. How did you get the McCartney tracks before to make the vid pre-master? I don't even know if Max would have the music, to be honest.
No, it was so I got I was doing post visual effects work, so we got hired as like a vendor basically from the production studio that had all that stuff. And what they sent us wasn't even like the final audio track. It was like a scratch audio track that was timed right to the final one, and then somehow like I was just like I got all the video stuff, and most of the stuff I was doing didn't require any sound. Like I was
Max
just doing,
worked on like Mad Max. There was no sound. Like he saw the movie without sound. So like, he doesn't always get audio tracks like the visual stuff he's working on.
I think I was working on Star Wars Rogue One back like almost a year before that came out, and it's absurd like how complete those movies are that long before they actually come to theaters. Because like I had supervisor access to the reels, and so that whole movie was like 6 different reels, and each reel was like 45 minutes. So you would like get like, oh, here's like act 1, 2, 3, whatever, or like, and it's broken into these reels. And so you could watch the full cut of the movie, you know, with still obviously like green screen and all this other shit that's in there, but pretty much laid out in a rough edit. And it's like a 5-hour cut, and it's almost all there, like way before it ever airs. And it's really fun to watch that. And then, you know, I saw that movie and I was just like, okay, I kind of get the gist of it. And then like working on it, and then watching it in the theater and actually seeing how it comes together with the real audio and the actual like songs they choose and all the like things that I didn't see up until that point. It's always a really interesting like twist.
It is
Like,
pretty amazing. Making a movie is like a magic trick. Like every part of the process, it's like this is going to turn out to be an absolute piece of dog shit, and then sometimes it's like, oh, this actually ended up amazing. But then like
it's crazy too.
Where it's like, damn, I'm like, there's no way this is gonna look, or like everything about this is gonna be trashed. And then like through editing, it's like, oh, this actually like, even though this actor couldn't say the line correctly 95 times in a row, they got the one take they needed, and like it looks fine. But like the experience on day is often very different than like.
It's not even like watching a director's cut. Honestly, it's like watching the cut that the director can't decide what to get rid of. Because it's like, you know, Rogue One ends up being like a 2-hour movie. It's like a 6-hour version of it. It's like you'll never see most of those scenes. And like there's a lot of stuff that like that was in those videos that
extended
movie. Extended cut. It's like way longer than even a director's or an extended cut. It's like they're absurdly long. And then it's weirdly awkward sometimes because there's not music yet, or the music that they chose is just something that the like editor threw in as like temp like placeholder music. So that actually also makes for some really fun moments, like in the SpongeBob movie, the music that they had. If you've ever seen SpongeBob Sponge Out of Water, they have like this whole time machine sequence, and in the movie, they play like the Pharrell song, the like I forget what the name. It's not Happy, but it's like this weird like goofy Pharrell song. It's like,
right? Like it's for
Squeeze Me, I think it's called. I think they made it just for the movie, yeah. But they play this like fun Pharrell song. But the whole time I was working on that sequence where like the time machine happens, the song that we were listening to in the dailies, which is like the theater room when you're watching like reviews with the directors and stuff, the song that was on there was like this like yodeling like European kind of like, I don't know, Brit like Danish sounding, I don't know, it was just this weird like Bavarian yodel music, and it was so fucking funny. And I loved it. And then when I saw the movie in theaters, I don't know why, I just thought it would be the yodel music. And then when that scene happened and it was Pharrell, I was like, oh, like that song's fun, but like I don't know, like I feel like the yodel stuff like that really did it for me. But the SpongeBob movie was also super fun because the art director for that movie was Tom Kenny, who is like co-creator and the voice of SpongeBob. And so he would come in every Wednesday to do like art director reviews, and he'd like be very hands-on, and I don't know, it was fun. Like it's always really funny too, because like the production team, when like the director comes in or the art, like when important people come in, like production staff will either like they'll send emails, and sometimes like we'll send like a PA or someone around the studio to be like, hey guys, we're on client mode, like there's a client in the building, you can't be like goofing off as hard as you usually goof off, you got to be like at your computer. Because a lot of those, like the staff at those studios doing like visual effects post work, like adult children, like like where do you think I got my desk toy with the big donut guy and all that. But it's super, I don't know, it was a lot of fun. It can be.
Though I love when you walk in, like seeing a group full of VFX artists looks like you're like in some alternative universe, like biker gang. It's like people wearing like crazy clothes with long hair and beards and shit. Like those people would not be able to get jobs anywhere else, which is why it's like
that's exactly it. It's the people that you see at like festivals that have like dreads down to their feet, and you're like, well, how the fuck do you operate outside of a festival? And like that's what they do. They like visual effects people or like behind the scenes people. But it was really funny that like it was to the point like that it's part of like visual effects post-production like culture to send somebody at least an email to be like, hey, remember we're on client mode, remind your teammates that like a client is in the building, like you can't be playing ping pong like all day. But I don't know, it's funny. There's a few times when like most of the time when I was working at like visual effects vendors, the client for client mode would be like if I'm working on like a Marvel movie, then the client would be like the Marvel studio like visual effects supervisor would come over, not necessarily like one of the Russo brothers or whatever. But working on other movies, like the SpongeBob one, that was Tom Kenny. Pacific Rim, that was Guillermo del Toro. He did that himself. So like, and even I did like 3D work on the re-release of Jurassic Park. And Steven Spielberg came in for that, like himself. So that was fucking cool. But I mean, I didn't get to talk to him much. I just was in the same building and geeking out a little bit.
You're like, hey, yo, Stevie, what's up with this shot?
Let's see. Oh, on the Gypsy Danger. Hell yeah, dude. I was working on quite a few shots of Gypsy. And like a lot of the ones where they're fighting in like the bay and the water. At night, like throwing the fucking containers at each other and stuff.
And what?
I did a bunch of effects work for that.
Is that a TV show or a movie? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, Gypsy Danger is the name of one of the Jaegers from Pacific Rim, one of the big robots.
Okay.
Yeah. Just
hell yeah, I can finally afford to buy something in the store.
Oh, have you been giving him tips to every
two tokens every round just so he doesn't shut the store on me? This is the first time I've ever been able to successfully buy something though, so I have more momentum going this round than I ever have prior. I'm only on floor 5 though. I've made it past floor 5.
Yeah. Gypsy Danger, baby. That movie was fun to work on, honestly. I feel like it's always more fun to work on the movies where like the directors are more involved and it's not just they're not just sending their like supervisors to do all the like daily reviews and whatnot. Like, I don't know. I guess the supervisors need shit to do too.
I definitely like when directors like give a shit about that stuff though. Like when I'm working with a director that can't answer questions about audio, I'm just like, what do you like? You're not thinking about this. Like if you're not, there's stuff like, I don't know. A question I'll have for directors is, we're in a scene, someone's knocking on a door. I'm like, what perspective do you want the audio from? Do you want to hear the knock from the outside or the inside and stuff like that? And sometimes they'll be like, I don't give a shit. It's like, well, that kind of matters. Like, it's like
it matters. Who's the person hearing it?
Also, like,
right.
That's also why an on-set editor is nice, because sometimes the directors legitimately don't know. I love an on-set editor because I could be like, okay, at what point are you cutting to which camera? Because if you're over the shoulder on the person knocking on the door, then we want to hear it from outside. But if the scene starts with them opening the door from the inside, then that's where you want the audio. So like, it also just depends on perspective and like where the edit is. And I'll also talk to an editor and be like, okay, there's a 7-minute dialogue scene. We're shooting the wide. And then I go, at what point are you going to punch in? They're like 6 seconds in. Then I go, okay, I'm not going to worry about destroying my arms for the next 5 minutes capturing the best dialogue because none of this coverage is going to be used in the edit. Like they're going to
Yeah.
punch into the 2 shot or punch into the 1 shot, which I can get my boom closer and I don't need to like hold it. Yeah, I don't know. But stuff like that is like, it bothers me when the people don't think about that stuff because it's just like, I don't know, like, what are you doing here if you don't care about the final product? Like, everything you're doing now should be to serve the final product. And if you don't have a vision for the final product in mind, you're kind of just like making random decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, Guillermo del Toro was definitely like that movie. Pacific Rim was like a very much a passion project for him, and yeah, it's like a lot. So I was working at a visual effects vendor that did like a small chunk of sequences for the movie, and the way that like big movies like that are made is like you have, like maybe 100 vendors, working on all these, and like maybe 3 of those vendors are like doing the major sequence, like the hero shots or whatever, and that's where like the director will spend most of his time. So the place where I was at, Guillermo del Toro would come in on Thursdays every other week to do like reviews on like finaling work and stuff like that. So he wasn't quite as hands-on with like our team directly, but he was really like interested in how we achieved certain looks, where like when we'd show him something and he'd be like, oh, like this is really cool, like how do you do that? And then like it wasn't like a superficial like, oh, I'm just gonna pretend like I'm interested. He'd like be actually interested, which is not usually the case when you're working with somebody like of that like I don't know, caliber is the word, of that like pedigree or whatever. Like he's kind of like a big shot, I would say. And it
Also,
doesn't
like a lot of times I don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. Like people pay you because you know what you're talking about. So like, you have to dumb down your language. Sometimes I'll talk to people in other departments to like, so it's like if you're not an audio expert, you don't even understand like if I'm going to be talking about certain things, I need to like speak in a language they understand. So I feel like a lot of people don't care to understand how other departments work. So like when a director really is taking time to like learn how the visual effects work, it's because he really fucking cares about like every aspect of the movie, and that's a good sign.
Yeah, someone else who asked a bunch of like questions when I was in this meeting that I was like, I got thrown into literally like with one day notice. Basically, I was working at like this startup doing like 360 work for, similar to like that Mr. Robot thing that we pulled up a second ago. And this place was doing like doing like contract work with other places, and were like they had relationships with, I guess, people who owned IPs. And so like the producer from the studio that was like the head of the studio that was actually like a big successful studio that was the parent of this subsidiary startup thing that I was working at, came to me like the day before, and he's like, hey, like tomorrow we have, like, I forget the guy's name, like so and so, who is the owner of the I forget some name, like the estate that owns Starship Troopers and that intellectual property for Starship Troopers. And he's like, that guy's coming in tomorrow along with J.J. Abrams to discuss like creating a Starship Trooper, or like it wasn't like Starship Troopers, it was some type of IP from the Starship Troopers world, like a VR thing. And I don't know whatever became of that, but the meeting was like, he's like, oh, just be here tomorrow at this time and like do this meeting. And it was like me and my supervisor and one other artist, and then like the owner of that IP, J.J. Abrams, and like one of their like tech people, at like a 6-person roundtable like discussion for like 2 hours, talking about like what's possible as far as like to achieve in a VR like setting at the moment. And like I just remember thinking like, what the fuck am I doing here? Like how the fuck am I sitting at this table? But then whenever like questions were asked about like the VR tech side of like what's technically possible or how to, and like I knew the answer. So I was like, oh, it got a lot, like it felt a lot less like I was the imposter after like talking with them for a while. But I gotta say, I remember J.J. Abrams being very friendly and like very interested and like really like understanding that he did not know what he was talking about, and like very curious to figure out like what, because he had these ideas that he'd be like, oh, could we do this stuff? And it's like, not really. Like that would be like you'd need to be interacting with something, or like that would be more like you'd need a game engine or something. You can't do that as like a, and then like, or like you could do it but do it like this, and like I don't know, it was just really fun. But yeah, I don't know, that was just crazy. It's fun to meet those people.
Better plans for the ending for Lost.
Right? I wanted to, but
Hey,
yeah,
bro,
my
what the fuck
supervisor
was
said
up with
not
that
to.
shit?
I jokingly said that to my supervisor before. I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna ask him like what he," and he's just like, "Don't like that's just don't do that. Like that's not."
That's how I'll
And yeah,
never have
it was
to in Hollywood because I absolutely go
yeah.
up to those people and say the inappropriate things. But
He was like,
actually,
he's like, "Don't do that."
I don't always, but
My supervisor guy, the guy was also like, he was way like into like horror, and he was just like you were describing. He had like a bald dude with like a beard down to his like crotch, like tattoos all over his like arms and face, and he like looked like not to be fucked with, but then was just like this sensitive artist guy, which is kind of like the MO, I would say, for a lot of that. It was cool. He was way into horror though, and I think he ended up being like he ended up working as like the head of some type of production over at Here Be Dragons, which is like a big production house for live action VR production stuff. They made things for like the UN, commissioned a few things. Like I worked on this thing that was like
for live action VR stuff.
yeah. This was like a thing that was like went to Africa and filmed like with a drone rig of cameras. Like the camera team went. I didn't go to Africa.
Oh,
And
was
they
that one of
did
those
some
like
back-
environmental shindigs?
Yeah, it was like an
There's
environmental
some
piece.
real sad VR content. I remember that.
Elephant poaching.
VR first dropped is like it's either super fun shit or like the fucking ice caps are melting. Watch these penguins like get stuck in
Yeah.
oil. Those are like that's like the other lane of
This
VR
was
content.
about elephants being poached and like hunted, and there was some pretty fucked up like stuff, and it was like full like I did a lot of the VR for that. I did one for like what was it called? It won a bunch of awards, but it was just so fucking devastatingly sad. It was I think it was the 3D thing about like orphans in the Balkan, like after like the genocide that happened there, and it's just like fucked up. But the reason we made that stuff and the reason the UN commissions content like that is because they air it, or they hold galas, like formal parties for wealthy benefactors, and at the gala they'll be like, oh, here's a VR experience that you can try to like put yourself into the like place of stand in the Balkan in the rubble and talk to this orphan in VR, which is like the new cutting edge technology, which gets people interested in doing that. And then you play them this like, thing, and it opens up their wallet, hopefully, to benefit the cause. And it tends to get commissioned often. So I imagine it works. But yeah, it's wild.
Damn, I'm making the farthest I've made it in this game. I think 8 is the farthest I've made it. Kind of killing it though.
Yeah, I'm sure we have some kind of degree of connection. I worked on a bunch of movies and stuff for years and years, and I don't know. I love that. Like the people in that industry are definitely like my people, but the industry itself is savage and
I learned
very.
that I'm 2 degrees separated from Ewan McGregor recently. I didn't know that I
Oh,
made
yeah?
a movie with Ewan McGregor's daughter. Her name is Clara McGregor. I just had no idea they were related. Like didn't know she's a celebrity's
Yeah.
daughter, but it's like when you work in Hollywood, things are a lot closer connected than you would think as far as like I hardly even work in the industry. Like I'm pretty much outside of the industry and I still manage to work with people that are like moderately popular or connected to people that are
Yeah.
more popular than themselves.
I think John Candy's kid did a sketch with Paul. I mean, like I shot it and Paul was like in it, and his last name was also Candy, and I was like, oh, I didn't draw that connection. I was like, oh, John Candy, the like famous comedian who.
I feel like Candy is a pretty not common last name.
Right, that's what I thought too. It's like, oh, I should have known.
Common Irish last name. Like, there's a shit ton of people
Yeah,
with last name.
McGregor. There's also like the fighters, that fighter, the MMA fighter.
Yeah, Conor McGregor is his name, right?
Yeah,
but yeah, you never know. It's a small world out here in Holly. Weird. I'm gonna right into someone.
It's also like in my experience, and I imagine this goes beyond Hollywood or any like the stuff that I've done in my career, but like in my experience, on a team of like 10 people, 3 people are doing all the work. And it kind of like after a while, it kind of sucks being one of those 3 people when like the other 6 or 7 people are, just cruising along. But I feel like that's kind of the case everywhere, where it's just like I don't know. There's a handful of people who are competent, and then a lot of people who are just not interested in being competent. They're just trying to like look busy.
I think
Which
that's
is
true. Far
that
beyond
just
the
feels like
entertainment
something
industry. It's
everywhere.
just frustrating the entertainment industry because you have a much smaller group of people like doing all of the work that get no credit. But
Yeah.
anyway, we're going to end our stream. We've been going for 4.5 hours now. We're going to be streaming tomorrow for somewhere close to 6 hours. So I feel like
Yeah.
we've got to rest up for
Little
tomorrow.
warm
But
up.
check us out on NFT Gamer TV tomorrow at 11. Check us out here at 1 p.m. and check us out on Burst of Energy stream at 8 p.m. tomorrow. We'll post them all in Discord too. So join our Discord if you'd like to hear announcements when we go live. If you're not living on Twitch, we let people know. We also post on Twitter and stuff. So check out Pop and Stock. He's one of our favorite Funko collectors. He built an awesome website that tracks the prices of like set bonuses and whatnot. So say hello, show some love to Pop and Stock, and we'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a great night and peace out.
See you. Good chatting in the chat too, Prince. I enjoy your stories. I want to hear more about this leasing.